She's bound to another, but her soul already belongs to me. The gods brought her to me. I claimed her. Now I'm not giving her back. I don't care about her puny human laws. She's fated to be mine. Now she sleeps in my bed. Wears my crown. Moans my name like it's a prayer. She thinks I'm here to save her. She doesn't understand. I'm here to keep her.
Forever. She may have screamed his name in fear, but from now on she'll scream mine in worship.
Stay tuned for soulbond obsession, ruinous vengeance, sacred dominance, and a heroine claimed by the king who would destroy kingdoms for her. Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Lorinth. The ledgers blur together after the third hour. I lean back in my chair, rubbing the bridge of my nose as numbers swim across the parchment. Flour costs from the mill district, sugar shipments delayed by weather, the new storefront lease requiring my signature before the week's end. The rhythmic scratch of my pen fills the study, punctuated only by the occasional crackle from the fireplace and the whisper of snow against the windows. My townhouse sits in the quieter residential quarter of New Solus, far enough from the glittering spires and market chaos that I can actually think. 2 stories, 3 bedrooms, more space than I need, but the kitchen makes up for it. The servants come twice weekly to handle what I don't, but I prefer the solitude otherwise. No staff hovering, no constant presence. Just me and the work that never seems to end. I flip to the next page, scanning the inventory from the bakery near the Temple District. We're low on Nyman beans again. The supplier's been unreliable lately, and I make a mental note to find an alternative source before... The front door slams open downstairs. My magic flares instantly, a sharp crackle of electricity dancing across my knuckles as I surge to my feet. The chair scrapes against the floor. Every muscle coils tight, ready, because no one just barges into my home. No one except... Lorinth! I exhale through my teeth, releasing the gathered power. Of course. Footsteps thunder up the stairs, too quick and light to be a threat, and then my office door flies open without so much as a knock. Loreleth stands in the doorway, arms crossed over her crimson silk bodice, wings half spread in that aggressive stance she reserves for when she's about to be insufferable. The glacial blue feathers catch the firelight, making the pale tips shimmer like ice. Her silver-black hair cascades over one shoulder, threaded with those ridiculous red beads she insists on wearing, and her gold-ringed teal eyes narrow on me with the kind of determination that means I'm already losing whatever argument is about to happen. Laura. I sink back into my chair, refusing to give her the satisfaction of keeping me on my feet. You could knock. You just tell me to go away. She strides in, uninvited, and plants her hands on my desk. The ledgers crinkle under her palms. You're holed up in here like some hermit. When's the last time you left this place? Yesterday. I was at the Mill District Bakery all morning. For work. She waves a dismissive hand. That doesn't count. I raise a brow, leaning back and crossing my arms to mirror her stance. I own 3 bakeries and 2 markets. Work is my life. Which is exactly the problem. Her gaze sweeps over my desk, the scattered parchment, the half-empty cup of meadowmint tea gone cold hours ago, the ink stains on my fingers. She makes a disgusted sound. You're 32, Lorinth, not 300, and yet you sit here every night, alone, doing nothing but staring at numbers until you fall asleep at your desk. I don't fall asleep at my desk. You did last week. You had ink on your cheek when I came by to drop off Kaylin's birthday invitation. Damn it. She's right, but I'm not about to admit that. Instead, I changed the topic. Where are the children? I might not have any of my own, but I adore my niece and nephew. If they had been the ones to come bursting in here, I'd be feeling very differently right now. With Varos... A flicker of warmth crosses her face at the mention of her husband, but she quickly schools it back into that imperious frown. Don't try to change the subject. We're talking about your tragic excuse for a social life. I don't need a social life. Everyone needs a social life. She straightens, tossing her hair over her shoulder. Which is why you're coming out with me tonight. I don't even hesitate. No. Lorinth. I said no, Laura. I turn back to the ledgers, picking up my pen. I have work to finish, and I'm not in the mood to be dragged around the city while you make small talk with every noble family we pass. I'm not asking you to make small talk. Her voice softens just a fraction, and I hate how effective that is. I'm asking you to spend time with me. Your sister. The only family you have left. Low blow. I set the pen down, jaw tightening. She knows exactly what strings to pull, and she does it without mercy. Our parents died 15 years ago. A carriage accident on a mountain pass during a late-season storm. I was 17, barely old enough to inherit the family business, and Laura was just 13. We raised each other in a way. I took over the bakeries and markets, built them into something profitable, while she learned to navigate the social circles I refused to touch. And now she stands here, using that bond like a weapon. That's manipulative, I say flatly, but effective. She smiles, sweet and sharp. Come on, Lorinth. One night. Just a few hours. I promise you'll survive. Where? Out. My eyes narrow. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting until you agree. She leans forward again, her expression shifting into something softer, almost pleading. Please, I miss you. Varos is about to be deployed south for another 2 weeks. The children are exhausting, and I need my brother. Just for tonight. Damn. I scrub a hand over my face, feeling the fight drain out of me. She's relentless when she wants something, and I've never been able to deny her for long. Not when she looks at me like that, all vulnerability beneath the bravado. Fine. The word comes out rougher than I intend. But just to spend time with you. No parties, no networking, no crap. Her face lights up, and I immediately regret agreeing. Wonderful. She spins toward the door, wings flaring slightly with her excitement. I brought you an outfit. It's downstairs. I shoot to my feet, cold dread settling in my gut. What? She pauses, glancing back over her shoulder with a smirk that promises nothing good. An outfit. You can't go out looking like that. Her gaze sweeps over my plain shirt and dark trousers, both rumpled from hours of sitting. Trust me, what I brought is much better. Laura, where the hell are you taking me? Her smirk widens, gold-ringed eyes gleaming with mischief and something deeper, something almost reverent. The moon masquerade. The words hang in the air between us, heavy and deliberate. I stare at her, pulse kicking up despite myself because I know that name. Everyone in New Solas knows that name, and I want absolutely no part of it. I bite back a curse as Laura practically drags me through the cobblestone streets toward the city center, her grip on my arm unrelenting. The outfit she brought, a deep navy tunic embroidered with silver thread along the collar and cuffs, paired with silver trousers that fit far too well, feels like a costume. The matching mask dangles from my other hand, silk-lined and shaped like a bird, all sharp angles and midnight blue that will cover everything but my mouth. She's radiant beside me in a gown of crimson and gold, the fabric flowing around her legs like liquid flame. The bodice is backless naturally, to showcase her wings, and the skirt is slit high enough to make Varos glare daggers at anyone who looks too long. But she wears no mask, a deliberate choice. The unmarried wear masks to the moon masquerade. Those already claimed go barefaced, flaunting their happiness like a weapon. I never should have agreed to this. You're scowling, Laura says, her voice bright with amusement. Stop it. You'll scare people away. Good. She laughs, the sound musical and entirely too pleased. Just give it a chance, Lorinth. You might actually enjoy yourself. Doubtful. The moon masquerade is only a few decades old, something that's been happening all my life but not ancient enough to carry the weight of true tradition. The Nashai created it, those priestesses who claim to speak directly to Solus and his divine will. They insist the festival helps lovers find each other under red lanterns and plum wine skies, that their magic guides souls toward their destined matches. I think it's crap. The food and wine are spelled, that much I'm certain of. Whether it actually leads people to their soulmates, or just lowers their inhibitions enough to stumble into someone's bed, is debatable. The Xaphen use it as an excuse to party, to drink themselves stupid and wake up the next morning with regrets and poorly thought-out engagements. I'm pretty sure that the Nashai were just worried about low birth rates, and this helps. Lots of babies come as a result of the moon masquerade. I'd laugh at anyone who says love does. It's not that I don't believe in love. I've seen it. Laura and Varos, married 9 years now and still disgustingly devoted to each other. Our parents, before they passed. Even some of my employees, the way they light up when their partners visit the bakery. I just don't think it's for me. I have my work, the bakeries, the markets, the endless stream of ledgers and suppliers and employees who need direction. I have my niece and nephew who fill my townhouse with chaos twice a week and make me remember why I value silence. That's enough. It has to be. But Laura worries. She's been worrying for years, ever since I turned 30 and showed no signs of courting anyone. She hates the idea of me alone in that townhouse. No one to check on me. No one to share meals with or talk to when the work gets overwhelming. Being lonely like this is no good for anyone, she'd said last month, her voice soft with concern. You deserve more than just surviving, Lorinth. You deserve to live. I'd brushed her off then, same as I always do. But she's persistent, my sister. Relentless. And now here I am, walking toward the city center with a mask in my hand and dread pooling in my gut. The streets grow more crowded as we approach. Lanterns hang from every lamppost and window, glowing red like fresh wounds against the darkening sky. The scent hits me first. Incense, thick and cloying, sweet with undertones of something floral I can't identify. It clings to the air, making my skin prickle with the unmistakable hum of magic. Definitely a spell. The city center opens before us, transformed into something out of a fever dream. Red silk drapes from the buildings, billowing in the evening breeze. Tables laden with food line the square. Platters of roasted meat, bowls of glazed fruit, pastries dusted with sugar that sparkles in the lantern light. Wine flows freely from enormous casks, servers moving through the crowd with trays of crystal glasses filled with deep purple liquid. And everywhere, people. Masked faces turn toward each other, laughter rising above the music that drifts from a stage at the far end of the square. Couples dance, their movements fluid and close, while others linger near the food tables or cluster in groups, talking and drinking. The Nashai move through the crowd like ghosts, their white robes stark against the red and gold chaos. They carry small censers that trail more of that perfumed smoke, murmuring blessings as they pass. One of them approaches us, her face serene as she takes in the festivities, and offers a tray with 2 glasses of wine. Laura takes both before I can refuse. You don't need it, I say flatly. You already have love. She presses 1 glass into my hand anyway, her smile turning wicked. Exactly, which means you need the extra dose. I glare at her, but she just laughs and takes a sip from her own glass. The Nashai moves on, trailing incense in her wake, and I resist the urge to pour the wine into the nearest planter. The scent of the incense is stronger here, wrapping around me like invisible hands. Sweet and heady, with something underneath that makes my pulse quicken despite myself. I hate that I can feel it working, whatever spell they've woven into the air. My senses sharpen, sounds growing louder, colors more vivid. The red lanterns seem to pulse in time with the music, casting shifting shadows across the crowd. Isn't it beautiful? Laura sighs, her gaze sweeping over the square with something close to reverence. Beautiful isn't the word I'd use. Overwhelming, maybe. Chaotic. A sensory assault designed to strip away inhibitions and leave people vulnerable to whatever, or whoever, crosses their path. I take a reluctant sip of the wine, and it burns on the way down, sweet and potent. Plum and something darker, earthy. My throat warms, heat spreading through my chest. Damn, that's strong. Laura grins at me, clearly delighted by whatever expression crosses my face. See? Not so bad. It's wine laced with solace, know what? I eye the glass warily. Probably half the reason people think they've found their soulmate here. You're so cynical. She loops her arm through mine again, tugging me deeper into the crowd. The Nashai wouldn't lie. Their magic is real, Lorenth. They've guided countless souls together. Or countless people into each other's beds for a night. She swats my arm, but she's still smiling. Just try. For me. Wear the mask, walk around, talk to someone. You don't have to fall in love tonight. Just be open to the possibility. I want to argue to tell her this entire thing is a waste of time and I'd rather be home with my ledgers. But she's looking at me with those eyes, gold-ringed and earnest, and I'm reminded again that she's the only family I have left. So I sigh, long and resigned, and slip the mask over my face. The silk settles against my skin, cool and smooth. The world narrows slightly, my vision framed by the sharp edges of the bird's beak. I feel ridiculous. Perfect. Laura adjusts the tie at the back of my head, her fingers quick and efficient. Now you look mysterious and brooding instead of just angry. I'm not angry. You're always a little angry. She steps back, surveying me with satisfaction. But tonight, you're also available and handsome. Try to remember that. I grunt, taking another sip of the wine to avoid responding. The heat spreads further, loosening the tight coil of tension in my shoulders. Not enough to make me reckless, but enough that the noise and chaos feel slightly less grating. The music shifts, a slower melody replacing the upbeat tempo, and couples drift toward the center of the square to dance. Laura watches them with a wistful expression, and I know she's thinking of Varos. He should be here with her, not me. Thankfully, she sees a woman that immediately waves her forward. A friend, I'd guess from the way that Laura's face lights up. Go dance, I tell her. I'll be fine. She hesitates, glancing between me and the dancers. You won't just disappear the second I turn my back? I'll stay for at least an hour. It's the best I can offer, and she knows it. She squeezes my arm, rising onto her toes to press a kiss to my cheek. Thank you for coming. I know you hate this. I don't hate it. The lie tastes bitter, but her smile makes it worth it. I'm just skeptical. Skeptical I can work with. She presses her glass into my hand and releases me, already turning toward the crowd. Drink your wine. Enjoy the night. Who knows? Maybe the Nashai are right. I watch her disappear into the sea of masked faces and flowing gowns, her wings catching the lantern light as she moves. Then I'm alone, standing at the edge of the square with a glass of spelled wine in one hand and a deep, bone-deep certainty that nothing is going to come of this night. I'm ready to get it over with. 1 hour. Then I can go home, return to my work, and forget this entire ridiculous festival ever happened.
Chapter 2. Senna. The city glows like something stolen from the stars. I stand at the edge of the festival, fingers curled tight around the threadbare shawl draped over my shoulders. Mira insisted I bring it, said the nights turn cold in New Solace even in spring. The dress beneath feels foreign against my skin. Silver blue silk that catches the light with every breath. The bodice fitted enough to make me conscious of my ribs, my waist, the way the skirt flows around my legs like water. Mira stuffed into my bag this morning, ignoring my protests that I had nothing worth celebrating, no reason to wear something so beautiful. You have every reason, she'd said, her honey brown eyes fierce as she adjusted the neckline. One night, Senna, that's all I'm asking. One night where you get to be someone else, someone you deserve to be. She'd known how bad I wanted to go into the city, and it was so rare that I wasn't watched, that Darian left our tiny village. I had the opportunity on the best night of the year, because there's a festival tonight. The mask sits light on my face, silver petals layered over each other in delicate spirals that cover everything from my brows to my cheekbones. It makes me feel hidden, protected, like I can step into this glittering chaos and no one will know the girl underneath, the one with bruises she hides beneath long sleeves, the one who flinches at raised voices and keeps her eyes down when her husband enters a room. Not tonight. Tonight, I'm just another masked face in the crowd. The square stretches before me, transformed into something out of the stories my mother used to tell before she died. Red lanterns hang from every surface, their glow warm and pulsing like heartbeats. Silk drapes billow in the breeze, deep crimson and gold that shifts with the movement of bodies beneath. The scent hits me all at once, incense thick and sweet, roasted meat, pastries glazed with sugar, wine that smells like summer fruit left too long in the sun. Magic hums in the air. I can feel it prickling against my skin, raising the fine hairs on my arms. It's nothing like the faint traces back home, the occasional charm worker selling luck tokens at the village market. This is different, deliberate, woven into every breath, every flicker of lantern light. The Nashai move through the crowd in their white robes, trailing censers that release more of that perfumed smoke. Their faces are serene, almost otherworldly, and I wonder if they can sense the magic they've cast, or if it's simply second nature to them now. I take a step forward, then another. My heart pounds against my ribs, a wild thing trying to escape. What am I doing here? A human, alone, in a city that tolerates my kind but doesn't exactly welcome us with open arms. The Xafan are beautiful and powerful and everything I'm not, and I'm about to walk into their festival wearing borrowed finery and hoping no one notices how out of place I am. But I couldn't stay away. Not after Mira told me about the moon masquerade, her eyes sparkling as we stood alone in the stable where her Zarin is kept. She described the lanterns, the music, the way the entire city transforms for one night into something magical and free. And I'd listened, imagining what it would feel like to be part of something like that, to exist somewhere other than the small, suffocating world Darian has built around me. He left yesterday morning. A rare trip west to pick up materials for the shop. Leather, I think. Or maybe metal fittings. I don't care. All that matters is he won't be back until tomorrow afternoon, and for the first time in months, I can breathe without waiting for his hand to strike. Mira saw the opportunity before I did. "Go," she'd said, pressing the packed-away dress into my arms. "Take my Zarin. Just go, Senna. You deserve one night where you're not his." I'd argued. Of course I had. What if someone saw me? What if he found out? What if you spend your entire life afraid? She'd cut me off, her voice sharp enough to slice through my panic. What if you never take a single risk, never do a single thing for yourself, and wake up one day realizing you've disappeared completely? So here I am, a full day's ride on Mira's temperamental Zarin, Ash, my thighs aching and my back sore, wearing a dress that I never should have touched, and a mask that makes me feel like someone worth looking at. The crowd shifts, and a gap opens in the sea of bodies. I see fire dancers at the centre of the square, their movements fluid and hypnotic as flames arc through the air in spirals. The heat reaches me even from here, a phantom warmth that makes my pulse quicken. Above them, lanterns float without tether, drifting lazy circles against the darkening sky. Magic. Real, tangible magic. I've never seen anything like it. A server approaches, a young Safan woman with wings the colour of spring leaves and eyes that shimmer gold. She carries a tray laden with crystal glasses, filled with sparkling wine and small pastries dusted with sugar. She smiles at me, actually smiles, warm and genuine, and offers the tray without hesitation. "Welcome," she says, her voice lilting and kind. I stare at her, momentarily frozen. She's not looking at my lack of wings, not curling her lip in disgust or dismissing me as beneath her notice. She's just welcoming me. Thank you. The words come out quieter than I intend, but I manage to take a glass and one of the pastries, berry filling from the smell of it. My fingers tremble slightly as I cradle them both. The server moves on, her wings catching the lantern light, and I'm left standing there holding proof that I'm actually here, that this is real. I bring the pastry to my lips and bite down. Sweetness explodes across my tongue, tart berries and buttery crust and sugar that melts against the roof of my mouth. It's the best thing I've tasted in years, maybe ever. I close my eyes, savouring it, letting the flavour drown out everything else. For one night, I'm not the girl who married a man she hates because her uncle needed the bride price. I'm not the woman who scrubs floors until her knees bleed and bites back screams when Darian's temper flares. I'm not property, I'm just here. The wine is next. I sip it cautiously, expecting bitterness, but it's sweet and fizzy, bubbles tickling my throat as I swallow. Warmth spreads through my chest, loosening the knot of anxiety that's lived there so long I forget what it feels like to breathe without it. The music shifts, a melody that tugs at something deep in my chest. Strings and drums, layered with voices that rise and fall like waves. I drift toward it, drawn by the sound and the movement of bodies swaying in time. Couples dance together, their masks glinting in the lantern light, feathers and jewels, silk and leather, each one more elaborate than the last. No one looks at me, or if they do, it's only in passing, their gazes sliding away without interest or judgment. I'm invisible here, just another masked figure in a crowd of hundreds, and for the first time in so long, that feels like freedom. I finish the pastry and take another sip of wine, letting the warmth settle deeper. My feet carry me further into the square, past tables laden with food I've never seen before. Roasted tuscrum glazed with honey, platters of brimbark drizzled in cream, bowls of glazed fruit that shine like gemstones. My stomach growls, a sharp reminder that I skipped dinner in my rush to reach the city before nightfall. But I don't stop to eat. Not yet. I want to see everything first, to soak in every detail before the night ends, and I have to return to the life waiting for me in that small, cold house. A Nashai passes close, her white robes brushing against my skirt. She smells like herbs and something earthier, richer. Her eyes meet mine through the mask, and for a heartbeat, I think she can see right through me. See the bruises hidden beneath silk, the fear I carry like a second skin. But she only smiles, a small, knowing curve of her lips, and murmurs, "May solace guide your heart tonight." Then she's gone, swallowed by the crowd, and I'm left standing there with her blessing hanging in the air like incense. My heart pounds harder, faster. I don't believe in fate or soulmates, or any of the things the Nashai preach. How could I, when my marriage was bought and paid for like livestock at market? But standing here, surrounded by magic and music and light, I want to believe. Just for tonight. I want to believe that somewhere in this chaos, something good might find me. The fire dancers spin, flames trailing behind them in arcs of gold and orange. The floating lanterns drift lower, close enough that I could reach up and touch one if I tried. The crowd pulses around me, alive and electric, and I let myself be swept along with it. One night, that's all I have. One stolen night where I'm not Senna Aryan, bought wife and punching bag. Where I'm just a girl in a silver mask, drinking spelled wine and tasting freedom for the first time in years. It has to be enough. It has to be worth the risk of what happens if Darian ever finds out. I drain the rest of my wine, the sweetness clinging to my lips, and step deeper into the heart of the festival. The incense wraps around me like a second skin, the music thrums in my bones, and for the first time since I can remember, I feel something other than fear. I feel alive. The music swells, and I'm moving toward the dancers when a hand catches my elbow. I freeze. Every muscle locks tight, instinct screaming at me to jerk away, to apologize, to make myself smaller. But when I turn, it's not Darian's face I see. It's a Zafan man, his wings a mottled brown-grey that marks him as common-born. His mask is simple leather, and his smile is anything but. Dancing alone. His fingers tighten just enough that I feel the pressure through my sleeve. That's a waste of a body like yours. Heat floods my face. I try to pull back, but his grip holds. I wasn't. Come on. He leans closer, wine thick on his breath. Don't play coy. That's what everyone's here for, isn't it? Finding someone to spend the night with. My stomach drops. Spend the night with? What is he talking about? I thought this was a festival. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I tug harder, and this time he lets go, but only to step into my space. His smile widens, showing too many teeth. No mistake, you're here, aren't you? Wearing that dress, drinking their wine. You know what this festival is. I don't. The words tangle in my throat. I step back, and he follows. I'm just here to watch. Watch. He laughs, low and ugly. Right, and I'm here to pray. Another step back, then another. My heel catches on the cobblestones, and I stumble, arms windmilling for balance. I expect to hit the ground, to feel stone crack against my spine, but instead, I collide with something solid. Someone. Hands catch my shoulders, steadying me, and a voice rumbles from behind, low and edged with something dark. There you are. I was trying to find you. I go still. The voice doesn't belong to anyone I know. It can't. But the Zafan in front of me stiffens, his smile faltering as his gaze lifts over my shoulder. Didn't realize she was spoken for. His hands come up in a gesture of surrender, backing away fast enough that I know whoever's behind me must be someone worth fearing. Apologies. He melts into the crowd before I can blink. I stand there, heart hammering, still held in place by those steadying hands. They're warm through the thin silk of my dress, firm but not harsh, not cruel. The grip loosens after a moment, giving me the choice to pull away if I want. I don't. Instead, I turn and look up. The Zafan behind me is tall, so tall I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. His wings are the first thing I notice, light grey but shot through with cobalt, that catches the lantern light like hidden lightning. They're folded against his back, not spread in display like so many of the others here. Controlled, deliberate. His mask is blue, a simple but elegant bird-like creation, covering the upper half of his face and leaving his jaw visible. Sharp cheekbones, a mouth set in a neutral line that could be stern or just cautious. Dark hair tied back at his nape, a few strands escaping to frame his face. But it's his eyes that pin me in place. Storm blue, ringed with gold that flickers in the firelight. They're studying me with an intensity that makes my breath catch, like he's seeing past the mask, past the dress, straight through to something I didn't know I was hiding. He's beautiful. Not in the way of the other Zafan I've seen tonight, all flash and brilliance and preening. This is different, sharper, like a blade honed for a purpose I can't name. And he doesn't look cruel. Doesn't look like he'd enjoy making someone smaller just to feel bigger himself. I hope. You looked like you needed saving. His voice matches the rest of him. Controlled, quiet, but with weight behind every word. I did. My own voice comes out steadier than I expect. Thank you. He inclines his head, a small gesture of acknowledgement. His hands have left my shoulders, but he's still close enough that I can smell him. Leather and something clean, like wind off the mountains. Nothing cloying or sweet. Just solid. I should walk away. thank him again and disappear back into the crowd before he realizes I'm human, before he decides I'm not worth the effort of protecting. But I don't move. Can't. Because standing here, looking up at him, I feel something I haven't felt in years. Safe. I hesitate, then push forward because I need to know. What did he mean? About everyone being here for the same thing? To find someone to spend the night with? His brows draw together, visible even through the mask. You don't know what the moon masquerade is for. Heat crawls up my neck. I know it's a festival for solace and the moon and for soul binding. He says it flat, like he's explaining something obvious to a child. All the Xafan are here to find the other half of their soul, or some trash like that. I blink at him. Then a laugh bubbles up before I can stop it, short and sharp and entirely inappropriate given the situation. But the way he said it, so dismissive and almost irritated, catches me off guard. His lips quirk. Just a fraction, barely visible, but it's there. You're not eager to be here, I say, still fighting the urge to laugh again. My sister dragged me. He crosses his arms over his chest, and I notice the way his wings shift with the movement, settling tighter against his back. She's convinced I'm going to die alone if I don't at least try. I promise to stay for an hour. 1 hour. That's all he's giving this festival, this night full of magic and possibility. A night that I've risked everything just to see. And somehow, knowing that makes him feel more real, less untouchable. I shouldn't. Every rational part of my brain is screaming at me to thank him again and leave, to find Mira Zarin and ride back before I do something stupid. But I'm so tired of listening to that voice, the one that keeps me small and silent and safe from Darian's fists. And not even that. Just one night, that's all I have. And standing here with this stranger who saved me without asking for anything in return, I want to spend it with him. Maybe we can make that hour count, I hear myself say. His eyes flicker with something I can't name. Surprise, maybe, or interest. The corner of his mouth lifts a fraction more, not quite a smile, but close enough that warmth blooms in my chest. I'd like that.
Chapter 3. Lorinth. I can't tear my eyes away from her. She's staring at the fire dancers, her masked face tilted up to catch the spiraling flames. And there's something in her posture that makes my chest tighten. Wonder. Pure, unfiltered wonder. Like she's never seen anything like this before. Like the world just opened up and showed her something worth believing in. Maybe she hasn't. Maybe this is all new to her. The thought lodges somewhere behind my ribs and refuses to budge. I didn't expect to find anyone here worth spending time with. Laura dragged me to this festival with promises and threats in equal measure, convinced that if I just tried, if I just gave the gods a chance, I'd find what she's always believed was waiting for me. My other half. My soul bond. All that romantic crap the Nashai preach about two souls recognizing each other across time and space. I came because I promised her. Because she's the only family I have left, and I owe her more than I can ever repay. But I didn't believe. Don't believe. Not in fate or destiny or any of it. And yet, this woman in her silver mask, with her storm-gray eyes and the way her lips part when she watches the flames dance, she makes me want to believe. Or at least makes me want to stay longer than the hour I promised Laura. The music shifts, strings swelling into something slower, richer. Bodies around us move in pairs, swaying to the rhythm, and I see the exact moment she notices. Her attention pulls from the fire dancers to the couples moving together, silk brushing against silk, wings folding close to allow their partners in. She sways, just the slightest movement, her hips shifting with the music like her body wants to join them, but she's holding herself back. Screw it. Dance with me. The words come out rougher than I intend, less invitation and more command. I soften it by extending my hand, palm up. Unless you'd rather watch. Her head snaps toward me, eyes wide behind the silver petals of her mask. For a heartbeat, I think she'll refuse. That she'll thank me again for saving her from that drunk bastard and disappear into the crowd. And I'll be left standing here wondering why the hell I feel disappointed. But then her lips curve into something that's not quite a smile, but close enough to make heat pool low in my gut. I'd like to dance. She places her hand in mine, fingers small and warm against my palm. But I should warn you, I'm not very good at it. I'll lead. I close my fingers around hers and pull her into the space between the other dancers, ignoring the curious glances from a few nobles who probably recognize my wings, even if they can't see my face. Let them stare. Let them gossip. I don't give a damn right now. I place my free hand at the small of her back, and she draws in a sharp breath. The silk of her dress is thin enough that I can feel the warmth of her skin beneath, the gentle curve of her spine. She's tense, muscles locked tight like she's bracing for something. Relax. I keep my voice low, meant only for her. I'm not going to hurt you. Something flickers across her face, relief, maybe, or surprise, and the tension bleeds out of her incrementally. She settles her other hand on my shoulder, light as a thalavern landing, and when I start to move, she follows. Not gracefully, not at first. She stumbles over her own feet, steps on mine once, twice, and a flush creeps up her neck visible even in the dim lantern light. But I don't let go, don't pull away. I just adjust my grip, guiding her through the steps until her body starts to remember the rhythm, even if her mind doesn't. The music wraps around us, strings and drums and voices rising in harmony. The incense thickens, sweet and heady, and I watch pink thalaverns drift past, 4 iridescent wings catching the firelight as they float through the air like living jewels. The Nashai must have released them for this part of the festival. They weave between the dancers, their wings brushing against bare shoulders and trailing silk, leaving faint traces of shimmer in their wake. One lands on her shoulder, perches there for a moment before taking flight again. She laughs, the sound bright and unexpected, and I feel it like a punch to the sternum. When was the last time I made someone laugh? When was the last time I wanted to? The lanterns dim, the red glow softening to something almost intimate. The crowd around us blurs into shapes and shadows, and it's just her and the music and the way she's starting to move with me instead of against me. Her steps grow surer, more confident, and when I spin her out and pull her back in, she comes willingly, eagerly. Her eyes never leave mine. You're better at this than you think. I draw her closer until there's barely any space between us, until I can count the freckles dusting her cheekbones, faint beneath the mask. You're a good teacher. She bites her lower lip, and I have to force myself not to stare at the way her teeth press into the soft flesh. Or maybe you're just that good. Both. The word comes out more arrogant than I mean it, but she laughs again, and I decide I don't care how I sound as long as she keeps making that noise. We move together, her body fitting against mine like she was designed for it. The music shifts again, tempo slowing further, and I adjust our movements to match. Other dancers press close, creating a barrier of bodies and wings that makes the space feel smaller, more private, like we're the only 2 people here that matter. I should ask her name. Should say something to fill the silence stretching between us. But words feel unnecessary when she's looking at me like that. Like I'm something worth seeing, worth knowing. Like I'm more than just the harsh lines and cold edges I've spent years honing into armor. The thalaverns circle overhead now, their wings casting faint shadows across her face. She tilts her head back to watch them, exposing the line of her throat. And I want to press my mouth there. Want to taste her skin and feel her pulse jump beneath my lips. What the hell is wrong with me? I don't do this. Don't lose myself in strangers at festivals. Don't let attraction override logic and control. But standing here with her in my arms, swaying to music that seems designed to undo every wall I've built, I can't remember why any of that matters. What's your name? The question slips out before I can stop it, rougher than I intend. Desperate in a way that makes me want to take it back. But she doesn't pull away, doesn't flinch or look uncomfortable. She just meets my eyes, her lips curving into something softer than a smile. Senna. The name falls from her mouth like a secret, quiet and reverent. Senna. It suits her. The softness of it, the way it sounds like rain on glass. Beautiful and delicate, and entirely too breakable for the world we live in. Lorenth. I offer my own name in return, watching her expression for any sign of recognition. Most people know House Varian, know what my family represents even if they've never met me personally. But her face remains open, curious, without the usual calculation that comes with nobles trying to figure out what I'm worth. She doesn't know. Doesn't care. The realization settles somewhere deep, and I find myself pulling her closer without thinking. Her hand tightens on my shoulder, fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt, and when I slide my palm lower on her back, she doesn't protest. Just melts into the touch like she's been starving for it. Lorenth, she repeats, testing the syllables. It's a strong name. It's an old name. I spin her again, slower this time, savoring the way her skirt fans out around her legs before she comes back to me. My father's. His father's before that. All the way back to when House Varian was just a collection of farmers pretending to be noble. She laughs, soft and genuine. I like farmers. They're honest. Then you'd hate my family. The words come out too bitter, and I watch her expression shift. Concern, maybe, or curiosity. We're merchants now. Bakeries and markets. Not exactly the glorious legacy my ancestors dreamed of. Bakeries sound nice. Her voice is quiet, but there's sincerity in it that catches me off guard. Better than swords and bloodshed, anyway. I study her face, searching for sarcasm or pity, but find neither. She means it. Actually believes that selling bread is better than conquest. The thought is so foreign to everything I was raised to value that I don't know how to respond. So I don't. I just keep moving with her, letting the music fill the silence while I try to figure out what the hell is happening to me. The incense grows thicker, wrapping around us like a physical thing. It smells different now, sweeter, richer, with notes of jasmine and something darker underneath. Arousal magic, probably. The Nashai love weaving that into their festivals, pushing people together with spelled smoke and enchanted wine. But I don't think it's the magic making my pulse race. Don't think it's the incense making me hyper-aware of every place our bodies touch, every breath she takes that brushes against my chest. It's her. Just her. Senna tilts her head, studying me with those storm-gray eyes that see too much. You dance well for someone who seems to be against it. It's not a question. More like an observation stated as fact, and the accuracy of it makes something twist in my chest. Forced lessons, I admit, because lying feels wrong when she's looking at me like that. My sister always thought we should act according to our status, despite having no one to raise us. Part of the reason she brought me here tonight to at least try. Try what? Finding what everyone else is here for. I gesture vaguely at the couples around us, some already peeling away toward the darker edges of the square, toward private alcoves and rented rooms. Soul bonds and destiny and all that romantic crap the Nashai preach. Her lips curve, but it's not quite a smile, more like understanding tinged with something sad. You don't believe in it. I believe in what I can control. The words come out harder than I mean them, edged with years of disappointment and loss. Everything else is just chaos pretending to have meaning. She's quiet for a moment, and I think maybe I've gone too far, revealed too much of the darkness I usually keep locked down tight. But then she squeezes my hand, her fingers warm and sure, and when she speaks, her voice is gentle. Maybe chaos is the point. I stare at her, caught off guard by the simplicity of it, by the way she says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world, Like accepting the randomness of existence is easier than fighting it. Maybe it is. Maybe I've been doing this all wrong. The music swells and I pull her closer without thinking. Her body fits against mine perfectly, every curve aligning with the hard planes of my frame like we've done this 1,000 times before. Her head barely reaches my shoulder, and I have to resist the urge to rest my chin on top of it, to breathe in the scent of her hair and forget about everything waiting for me beyond this moment. Thalaverns drift around us, their wings leaving trails of pink shimmer that cling to her dress, her exposed skin. She looks ethereal like this, caught between firelight and shadow, her mask glinting silver, and her eyes dark with something I can't name. I'm not counting anymore. Not tracking the minutes until I can leave, not calculating how much longer I have to stay before Laura will accept that I tried. I've forgotten about the promise, about the hour I swore to give this festival. All I can think about is the woman in my arms and the way she makes everything else fade into background noise. Senna. Her name tastes good on my tongue, familiar even though I just learned it. I want to say it again. Want to hear her say mine in that quiet, reverent way that makes heat coil low in my gut. She looks up at me, and for a heartbeat, the world narrows to just her face. The curve of her lips, the flutter of her lashes, the way her breath catches when our eyes meet. I'm so doomed.
Chapter 4. Senna. I don't know when I stopped keeping track of time, when the hour he promised his sister became something neither of us mentions, but Laurent hasn't pulled away, hasn't made any move to leave, and I'm certainly not going to be the one to remind him. When my feet start to ache from dancing, he notices before I say anything. His hand slides from my back, fingers trailing down my arm until they find my wrist. Come on. His voice is low, meant only for me despite the music swelling around us. There's more to see. He leads me through the crowd, his grip sure and possessive in a way that makes my stomach flutter. People part for him, some because of his wings, massive and elegant even folded against his back, others because of something in his bearing that demands space. I follow in his wake, my dress swirling around my legs as we weave between dancers and performers. The square opens up ahead, revealing sections I hadn't noticed before. Booths draped in pink silk and red ribbons line the cobblestones, each one manned by Nashai with their glowing white eyes and ethereal grace. Lanterns hang overhead in clusters, their light shifting from crimson to rose to soft amber, casting everything in hues that make my heart squeeze. It's beautiful, more beautiful than anything I've ever seen. This way. Laurent's thumb brushes against my pulse point, and I wonder if he can feel how fast my heart is racing. We stop at a booth where a Nashai woman offers winter berries in shallow silver bowls. The fruit glows faintly, dusted with something that sparkles in the lantern light. Magic, probably. Everything here feels touched by it. Laurent picks up a berry, examining it before holding it out to me. Try one. I take it from his fingers, our skin brushing, and pop it in my mouth. The taste explodes across my tongue, sweet and tart and cold, like biting into frozen starlight. I gasp, and Laurent's lips curve into something that's almost a smile. Good? He's already reaching for another, this time bringing it to my lips himself. I part them without thinking, and he slides the berry in, his fingertips grazing my lower lip. Heat floods through me, settling low in my belly, and I have to remind myself to chew, to swallow, to breathe. Very good, I manage, and his eyes darken. He eats one himself, never looking away from me, and I watch his throat work as he swallows. Watch the way his jaw tightens and then relaxes. I shouldn't find that attractive. Shouldn't be cataloguing every detail of how he moves, how he tastes the fruit like he's memorizing it. But I am. We move on, and everywhere I look there's something new. A performer juggling flames that shift colours mid-air, blue to green to violet. A group of Nashai singing in harmony, their voices layered and haunting, telling a story about lovers reunited across lifetimes. A fountain where the water flows upward instead of down, sparkling droplets suspended in the air before falling back into the basin. I can't stop staring. Can't stop taking it all in, like I'm afraid if I blink, it'll all disappear. Darian never let me see things like this. Never let me leave the house except for errands, and even then he'd time me. Make sure I came straight back. But this is magic and wonder and everything I've been missing locked away in that suffocating marriage. Not that it's a real marriage. Not in any way that matters. I know he cheats. Know he spends his late nights in other women's beds, gambling in the taverns I'm not allowed to go near. I don't care. If anything, I'm grateful for it. Grateful for every night he doesn't come home. Every moment I don't have to feel his hands on me or hear his voice cutting me down. Here, with Lorenth, I don't feel guilty. Don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong. I feel alive. You're smiling. Lorenth's voice pulls me back, and I realise he's right. My face actually hurts from how wide I'm grinning. I'm enjoying this, I admit, gesturing at the square around us. I've always wanted to see a festival. I turn to face him fully, and his expression shifts, softens. I'm glad I could be here with you then. He studies me for a long moment, something unreadable flickering behind those storm-blue eyes ringed with gold. Then he reaches out, tucking a stray curl behind my ear, his fingers lingering against my cheek. Come on! His voice is rougher now, edged with something I can't name. There's more. He guides me to another section where a Nashai man offers glasses of sparkling wine from a tray that floats beside him, hovering at shoulder height, without any visible support. The glasses themselves are delicate, etched with patterns that catch the light, hearts and stars and swirling vines. Lorenth takes two, handing me one. To chaos, he says, his mouth quirking. I laugh despite myself, raising my glass to clink against his. To chaos. The wine is sweet and effervescent, bubbles dancing across my tongue. I can taste roses and something citrus, and underneath it all, a warmth that spreads through my chest like liquid courage. We drink in silence, but it's not uncomfortable. It's the kind of quiet that feels intentional, like we're both savouring something we know won't last. Around us, the festival continues its revelry. Couples lean into each other, some already kissing in shadowed alcoves. Thaliverns drift through the air, their pink wings leaving trails of shimmer that cling to hair and skin. The incense thickens, wrapping around us in waves that smell of jasmine and cinnamon, and something darker, more primal. I finish my wine, and Lorenth takes the glass from my hand, setting it aside on a nearby ledge without breaking eye contact. His hand finds mine again, and we keep walking. We pass a booth where a Nashai woman reads fortunes in scrying bowls, another where lovers can commission temporary bond marks, delicate silver tattoos that fade after a week. I stare at those longer than I should, watching as a Zafan woman gets a vine of roses traced along her collarbone, while her partner holds her hand. What would it feel like to have something like that? To wear a mark that says you belong to someone, that someone belongs to you? Senna. Lorenth's voice is closer now, his breath warm against my ear. You're thinking too hard. I turn toward him and realise how close we're standing. Close enough that I can see the individual threads of silver woven through his navy tunic. Close enough to count his eyelashes, dark and thick beneath the edge of his bird mask. Sorry. I'm not sure what I'm apologising for. Don't be. His free hand comes up, cupping my jaw, his thumb brushing across my cheekbone. I like watching your mind work. Heat crawls up my neck, and I'm grateful for the mask hiding part of my face. But he can probably see it anyway. The flush spreading across my skin, the way my pupils dilate when he touches me. Lorenth. Say it again. The command is soft, almost pleading. Laurent! His name tastes good in my mouth, feels right. His eyes drop to my lips, and my breath catches. The world narrows to just this, his hand on my face, mine clutched in his other palm, the space between us shrinking until there's barely any air left. He's going to kiss me. I want him to kiss me. My husband would kill me, and I think it might be worth it to know what it's like to actually feel wanted just once. I tilt my chin up, heart hammering against my ribs, and his mouth is inches from mine when, well. A voice cuts through the moment, bright and amused. What do we have here? Laurent tenses, his hand falling away from my face, and I blink as he guides me toward the source of the interruption. A booth I hadn't noticed before, draped in white silk that seems to glow faintly in the lantern light. Behind it stands a Nashai woman, pale gold skin luminous, her bright eyes fixed on us with unsettling intensity. Her white wings are massive, arching above her in elegant curves, and her hair falls in intricate braids, adorned with prayer beads that click softly when she moves. Sarai. Laurent's voice is tight, controlled, but I catch the edge of frustration beneath it. Laurent Varion. She grins, revealing teeth that are just slightly too sharp. I didn't expect to see you here, especially not looking like that. Like what? He steps closer to the booth, pulling me with him, and I try to make myself smaller under the weight of her stare. Like a man who's actually enjoying himself. Sarai's gaze shifts to me, and her smile widens. The night has been successful for you both, I see. I frown, confusion cutting through the haze of attraction. What do you mean? She tilts her head, studying me with those unnerving eyes, and then looks back at Laurent. You don't feel it yet. Feel what? Laurent's voice has gone cold, dangerous in a way that makes goosebumps rise on my arms. The fate's at work. Sarai leans forward, bracing her hands on the booth's edge. Souls recognizing souls. She looks at me directly, and I feel pinned beneath her attention. I can feel it. Surely you must. My breath stops. The words send a jolt of fear through me, each one sinking deep and settling somewhere I can't reach. Bound, souls, meant for each other. No, that's not. We just met. We danced and ate winter berries and drank wine, and I felt something, but it can't be that. Can't be some cosmic destiny tying me to a man I barely know, not mention I was sold to someone else. Tonight was just... I was making a new friend. It can't be our souls actually meant for each other. Can it? I stare up at Laurent, searching his face for denial, for logic, for anything that will make this make sense. But he's not looking at Sarai anymore. He's looking at me, and in his eyes, beneath the shock and the carefully controlled mask he wears, I see something that makes my stomach drop. Recognition. Like he's been waiting for someone to name what he's been feeling. Like Sarai just gave voice to something he already knew, but didn't want to admit. That's impossible, I whisper, but my voice shakes. Sarai laughs, the sound musical and infuriating. The gods rarely care what we think is possible. They work in their own time, weave their own patterns. She straightens, her braids clicking. But you'll see. Give it time, give it truth. The bond doesn't lie. Laurent's hand tightens around mine, and I feel his pulse through his palm, fast, erratic, matching my own. But it makes me wonder, is it because he thinks it's impossible too? Or is he hoping just like I shouldn't be?
Chapter 5. Laurent. The bond doesn't lie. Sarai's words echo in my skull like a death knell. Or a blessing. I can't tell which. I came here because Laura wore me down. Because she was relentless and I was tired and I thought... Damn, I thought nothing would come of it. That I'd suffer through an hour of this madness, go home and forget the whole damn thing ever happened. But I've been standing in this square for hours now. Hours. Watching Senna's face light up at every new thing she sees, listening to her laugh, feeling her hand in mine like it was made to fit there. And the whole time, there's been this pull, this inexplicable, consuming need to stay close to her, to touch her, to make sure no one else gets near her. I thought it was just attraction. Thought I was finally feeling something again after years of shutting myself down, of focusing on duty and business and keeping House Varian afloat. Thought maybe I just wanted her because she's beautiful and bright and so alive it hurts to look at her. But now Sarai's named it, given shape to this thing clawing at my chest. Soulmate. The word tastes like ash and honey all at once. I look down at Senna, still clutched against my side, and her face has gone pale beneath the mask. Her eyes, those storm-gray eyes that have been full of wonder all night, are wide with something that looks dangerously close to panic. Damn. I'm going to kill Sarai for this. For saying it out loud before either of us was ready. Before I could figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do with this information. Come on. My voice comes out rougher than I intend, and I guide Senna away from the booth before Sarai can say anything else. Before she can make this worse. The noise of the square presses in around us. Laughter and music and the hum of magic thick in the air. Too loud. Too crowded. Senna's breathing too fast beside me, and I need to get her somewhere quiet. Somewhere we can actually think. I weave us through the festival, past the booths and performers and couples lost in each other. My wings flex instinctively, blocking out anyone who gets too close. And I don't stop until we're at the edge of the square where the cobblestones give way to grass. A garden sprawls ahead of us, tucked behind a low stone wall. Lanterns hang from the trees, their light soft and golden, casting shadows that dance across carefully tended flower beds. It's quieter here, the festival noise muffled by distance and magic. Perfect. I pull Senna through the entrance, past rose bushes heavy with blooms that glow faintly in the dark. When we're deep enough that I can't see the square anymore, I stop and reach for my magic. It comes easily, a familiar burn in my veins. I shape it with practiced precision, throwing up a shield around us. Nothing fancy, just enough to keep anyone from stumbling into this space, to give us privacy. The air shimmers faintly where the barrier settles, and then we're alone. Senna pulls her hand from mine, wrapping her arms around herself. She still won't look at me, won't meet my eyes. And that scares me more than Sarai's words did. Are you okay? I keep my voice low, careful. She nods, but it's not convincing. Her shoulders are hunched, her head bowed, and I can see her fingers digging into her own arms hard enough to leave marks. Without thinking, I step closer, reach for her. My fingers brush her chin, tilting her face up toward mine. I want to see her. Need to see her. The mask hides too much. Those silver petals beautiful but in the way. And it would be so easy to just... No. I force my hand to still, my thumb resting against her jaw instead. Touching her feels like breathing. Like the first full breath I've taken in years. But I'm not going to push. Not going to take more than she's willing to give. Even if every instinct I have is screaming at me to pull that mask off and kiss her until neither of us can think straight. What's wrong? The question comes out softer than I expected. She finally looks at me, and the emotion in her eyes hits me hard. Fear, confusion, and underneath it all, something that looks dangerously close to longing. Her voice cracks. I don't understand what's happening. Neither do I. Honesty seems like the only option here. But you felt it? What she said? Senna searches my face, and I wonder what she sees, what she's looking for. I should lie. Should tell her Sarai's full of crap, that the Nashai just like to stir up drama and make people believe in fairy tales. That tonight was just... What? A dance? A coincidence? But I can't. Yeah. The admission scrapes out of me. I felt it. Her breath hitches, and for a moment I think she's going to pull away. Going to run back to whatever life she came from and leave me standing here with this ache in my chest that I don't know how to name. Instead, she surges forward. Her arms wrap around my neck, and then her mouth is on mine, and... Damn. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
And I swear a bond pulses between us, demanding to be acknowledged. But I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do at all right now when Senna has just altered everything I am.
Chapter 6. Senna. My fingers thread through Laurent's hair, finding it damp with sweat at the nape of his neck. The strands are softer than I expected, silky beneath my touch, and I can't help but stroke through them again. Just to feel. Just to ground myself in something real. Because this doesn't feel real. Nothing about tonight feels real. We're both breathing hard, our chests pressed so close together, I can feel every rise and fall of his lungs. His heart pounds against mine, the rhythm frantic and wild, matching the chaos still spinning through my head. I've never had sex like that. I didn't even know it could be like that. With Darian, it's not like this. It's never been like this. Quick and rough and humiliating. Something he takes from me while I lie there and wait for it to be over. Something that leaves me aching in all the wrong ways, shame burning through my chest until I can barely breathe. What I have with him is abuse with a pretty title. But this was God's. My body still trembles with aftershocks, little sparks of pleasure firing through my nerves like lightning. I can feel where Laurent is still buried inside me, hot and thick and perfect, and some part of me wants to keep him there. Wants to hold on to this moment for as long as I possibly can before reality crashes back in. Because this wasn't shame, this wasn't taking, this was giving, receiving, sharing. Laurent looked at me like I was something precious, like he wanted to worship every inch of me, like my pleasure mattered more than his own. No one has ever looked at me like that. No one has ever touched me like that. And when I shattered in his arms, when that wave of sensation crashed over me so intensely, I thought I might actually die from it. He didn't pull away, didn't finish and leave me empty. He held me through it, kissed me through it, made sure I felt every second of it, made me feel cared for. My chest aches with something I can't name, something bigger than gratitude, bigger than desire. I came to New Solace to have one night of giving in. One night of feeling alive instead of trapped. One night where I didn't have to be Darian's obedient wife who keeps her mouth shut and her bruises hidden. I told myself it would be enough. That I could take this one stolen moment and carry it with me when I went back to that cold house and that colder husband. But now I don't know if one night will ever be enough. Not when Laurent's hands are still so gentle on my skin. Not when I can still taste him on my lips. Not when there's this pull between us that feels like something snapped into place when I came apart in his arms. Something clicked. I felt it. Deep inside me. Deeper than bone or blood or breath. This tug that yanked something fundamental in my chest and locked it to him. To Laurent. And I swear I can still feel it now. This thread connecting us. This awareness of him that goes beyond the physical press of our bodies. What was that? What did we just do? My fingers tighten in his hair, and Laurent shifts slightly. His forehead rests against mine, his breath coming in rough pants that warm my lips, and I can feel him starting to soften inside me, starting to pull back. I don't want him to pull back. I want to stay here forever, want to live in this garden where lanterns glow soft and golden and the rest of the world doesn't exist. Where I'm not Senna Hale, blacksmith's wife, property to be used and discarded. Where I'm just me. What would it be like if I didn't go back? The thought whispers through my mind before I can stop it, dangerous and tempting. What if I just stayed here? What if I refused to get back on that Zarin and ride home to Darian's cold stare and colder hands? What if I asked Laurent to let me stay? My heart clenches at the possibility, at the wild, reckless hope of it. But then, dong. The first bell rings out across the city, deep and resonant, and my whole body goes rigid. No dong. The second bell follows, then the third, each one louder than the last. Each one hammering nails into the fantasy I was building. Daybreak. The bells are signalling daybreak. Which means I've been gone all night. Which means I need to get back before... Panic floods through me, cold and sharp, cutting through the warmth still humming beneath my skin. I push at Laurent's chest, shoving hard enough that he stumbles back a step. He pulls out of me and I feel the loss like a wound. Feel the emptiness where he was, the slick evidence of what we just did sliding down my thighs, and I can't think about that. Can't let myself feel that. I need to move. Senna? Laurent's voice is rough, confused. What's wrong? I don't answer. I'm already yanking my dress down, smoothing the silk back into place with shaking hands. The fabric is wrinkled, probably stained, and gods, what if Darian notices? What if he can tell just by looking at me what I've done? Senna, wait. I turn away from him, searching for the gap in the garden wall, for the path that will take me back to the square, back to reality. I have to go. The words come out strangled. I'm sorry, I have to... Hold on. He catches my wrist, his grip firm but not painful. Never painful. Just wait a second. Talk to me. I can't look at him. If I look at him, I'll break. I'll tell him everything, about Darian and the bruises and the life I'm trapped in. And then what? What's he going to do? He's a Zafan noble, and I'm a human woman who belongs to someone else. He can't save me. No one can save me. Please. I tug against his hold, desperate now. I have to go. I shouldn't have. This was a mistake. The word tastes like ash on my tongue, a lie so obvious I almost choke on it. This wasn't a mistake. This was the first real thing I've felt in years. The first time I've been touched with something other than cruelty. The first time I've felt like a person instead of a possession. But it doesn't matter. None of it matters because the bells are still ringing and I can feel the seconds slipping away and Darian is going to be home soon, and if I'm not there, let me go. My voice breaks. Please just let me go. Laurent's grip loosens, though it looks like it pains him, and I rip my hand away. Stumble toward the garden entrance on legs that still feel shaky, unsteady. Senna, wait. I don't wait. I run. My feet hit the cobblestones and I'm sprinting through the square, past the booths that are starting to pack up, past the performers gathering their props, past couples swaying drunkenly in the pre-dawn light. My breath comes in gasps that burn my lungs. My heart hammers so hard I think it might crack my ribs. And there's this ache in my chest. This sharp, tearing sensation that gets worse with every step I take away from the garden, away from Laurent. It feels wrong. It feels like I'm ripping something vital out of my own body and leaving it behind. But I don't stop. I can't stop. I reach the edge of the forest where I left Mira's Zarin tied to a post, and my hands shake so badly I can barely work the knot loose. The creature snorts, stamping its hooves impatiently, and I finally get the rope free. I haul myself onto its back, my dress riding up around my thighs, and kick my heels into its sides. Ash bolts forward, his powerful legs eating up the distance, and I lean low over his neck, Let the wind whip my hair back and sting my eyes until tears stream down my face. The city blurs around me. Streets and buildings and the slowly lightening sky all bleeding together into nothing. I need to beat Darian home. I need to get back before he realizes I was gone. I need to pretend tonight never happened. The thought makes the ache in my chest worse, makes that strange pulling sensation, that thread I swear is still connecting me to Lorenth, stretch and strain until it feels like it might snap. My fingers tighten in Ash's mane, and I push the animal faster. This was always just one night. One stolen night where I got to feel something other than fear and pain and emptiness. I knew it was temporary, knew I'd have to go back. So why does it hurt so badly? Why does it feel like I'm leaving behind something essential? Something I'll never get back? The city walls loom ahead, and I don't slow down. The guards wave me through without question, just another human heading home after a night of festival debauchery. And then I'm out. Out into the darkness of the road that leads back to my village. Back to Darian. Back to my cage. Ash's hooves pound against the packed dirt, and I let him run. Let him burn through the miles while that ache in my chest spreads. While the thread connecting me to Lorenth pulls tighter and tighter until I can barely breathe around it. I should feel guilty. Darian is my husband, legally bound like the Zarin that Mira owns. I just committed adultery, just betrayed the vows that were forced upon me, as he's done many times before. But I don't feel guilty. I feel alive, and that terrifies me more than anything else. Because how am I supposed to go back to being dead inside now that I know what living feels like? There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 7. Lorenth. The ledger blurs in front of me, numbers bleeding into meaningless shapes. I've stared at the same line for the past 10 minutes and still can't process what it says. 40 crates of brimbark. Or was it 14? Damn. I drag a hand down my face and lean back in my chair, the wood creaking under my weight. The study feels too small today, too cramped. The walls pressing in until I can barely breathe around the tightness in my chest. The goddamn tightness! It's been there for 2 weeks now. 2 weeks of this constant ache right beneath my sternum, like something vital got ripped out and left a bleeding wound behind. I've tried ignoring it, tried working through it, tried drinking enough amaranth to drown it. Nothing helps. Nothing makes it go away. Because I know exactly what it is. Senna. Her name echoes through my head for the 1000th time today, and that thread in my chest pulls taut. Yanks hard enough that I have to press my palm against my ribs just to ground myself. Where the hell did she go? I've been out in the city every day since the masquerade. Walking the market squares, checking the festival grounds, haunting the places we went together that night. Looking for a woman with storm-gray eyes, and black curls and a smile that made something in me crack wide open. Nothing. It's like she vanished into thin air. Like she was never there at all. Except I can still feel her. Still feel the phantom press of her body against mine. The way she trembled when she came apart in my arms. The taste of her on my tongue. Still feel that click that happened when I was buried inside her. That snap of connection that locked something fundamental in my chest to hers. The bond. I know that's what it was. Know it with a certainty that goes bone deep. The Nashai were right. Sarai was right. Senna is my mate. My goddamn soulmate. And she ran from me before I could even get her last name. Before I could tell her I was wrong and that damn masquerade found me the other half of my soul. Before I could beg her never to leave me. I shove away from the desk and stand, pacing to the window. The city sprawls below, all spires and cobblestone and afternoon light that does nothing to ease the restlessness clawing through my veins. I should be working. Should be finishing inventory for the 3 bakeries I own, reviewing supply orders, managing staff schedules. Should be doing literally anything productive instead of staring out the window like some lovesick fool. But I can't focus. Can't think about anything except finding her. A knock sounds at the door downstairs, sharp and insistent, and I ignore it. Probably another merchant trying to negotiate lower prices on flour shipments. I'm not in the mood. The knock comes again, louder this time, followed by a familiar voice shouting through the wood. "Lawrence, I know you're home, you brooding ass! Open the door before Kalen decides to practice his fire magic on your doorstep!" Laura. Of course. I make my way downstairs, each step feeling heavier than it should, and yank open the door. My sister stands there with her arms crossed, one dark brow arched in that way that says she's already judging me. Her wings are tucked tight against her back, the light blue feathers catching the afternoon sun, and her gold-ringed eyes narrow as she takes me in. "You look like trash." "Good to see you too." She sweeps past me without waiting for an invitation, her crimson silk swishing around her legs, and I catch sight of my niece and nephew behind her. Kova, 6 years old with her mother's coloring and her father's mischievous grin, waves at me. Kalen, 8 and already too serious for his own good, nods in greeting. "Uncle Lawrence!" Kova launches herself at me, and I catch her easily, swinging her up despite the way my chest protests the movement. "Hey, troublemaker." I ruffle her silver black hair and she giggles. "What brings you lot here?" "Mother said you've been hiding." Kalen's voice is matter-of-fact as he steps inside. "She wanted to check if you were still alive." Laura shoots him a look. "What I said was that your uncle hasn't visited in 2 weeks and I was concerned." "Same thing." I set Kova down and she immediately starts exploring, running her hands along the banister and peering into the sitting room like she's never been here before. Kalen follows at a more sedate pace, his wings half unfurled in a way that tells me he's about to ask if he can fly around the house. "No flying inside," I say before he can open his mouth. He deflates slightly but doesn't argue. Laura closes the door behind them and turns to face me fully, her expression softening into something closer to worry than annoyance. "Seriously, though? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "That's crap." "Mom said a bad word," Kova calls from the other room. "And if you repeat it, I'll tell your father," Laura shouts back, not taking her eyes off me. Then, quieter. "You're not fine. You've been withdrawn since the masquerade, avoiding me, avoiding everyone." I turn away from her, heading toward the kitchen because I need something to do with my hands. Need to not be having this conversation. I've been busy. The bakeries don't run themselves. The bakeries have managers for a reason. She follows me, her footsteps light against the wood floors, and you've never been too busy to visit before. So what's going on? Nothing's going on. Lawrence. The way she says my name, soft and insistent and laced with genuine concern, makes something in my chest twist. I grab a glass from the cabinet, fill it with water I don't want, and down half of it in one go. The tightness doesn't ease. Laura leans against the counter beside me, her wings rustling as she settles. For a moment, neither of us speaks. I can hear Kova and Kalen in the sitting room, their voices raised in some game that involves a lot of dramatic sound effects. Then Laura says very quietly, "Did something happen? At the masquerade?" My hand tightens around the glass. "Because you've been different since that night." She's watching me too closely now, reading every micro-expression I try to hide. Distracted, like your mind is somewhere else. and I've seen you rubbing your chest endlessly. Damn. I set the glass down harder than necessary. It's nothing. It's clearly not nothing. Her voice rises with excitement, and gods help me, I know that tone. Oh my gods. You met someone, didn't you? Senna's face flashes through my mind, those storm-gray eyes looking up at me in the lantern light, the way she laughed at my cynicism about the festival, the way she kissed me like she was drowning and I was air, the way she ran from me like I was poison. I look away, jaw tight, and Laura actually squeals. You did! You met someone! She grabs my arm, shaking it like we're children again, and she just won some petty sibling argument. I knew it. I knew the masquerade would work for you. What's her name? Is she Xaphen? High caste? When do I get to meet her? There's nothing to meet. What does that mean? I pull free of her grip and move to the other side of the kitchen, putting distance between us. The thread in my chest yanks again, that constant reminder of what I found and lost in the span of one night. It means she's gone. The words taste bitter. She left. I don't know where she is. Laura's excitement dims into confusion. Left? Like, left the city? I don't know. I drag a hand through my hair, frustration bleeding into my voice. I don't know anything about her. I didn't get her last name. Didn't find out where she lives. We had one night, and then she ran, and I haven't been able to find her since. So, you've been looking. Of course I've been looking. I've done nothing but look. Every day. The admission feels like pulling teeth. Every God's damn day I've been out there, checking the markets, the squares, anywhere she might be. Nothing. Laura's quiet for a moment, processing. Then softer. What was her name? Her first name? Senna. And you're sure? She stops herself, then starts again. You felt it, didn't you? The bond. The tightness in my chest flares, and I press my palm against it without thinking, without meaning to confirm what she's already guessed. But Laura sees it anyway. Oh, Lorenth. Her voice goes gentle in a way that makes my teeth grind. You found your mate. Maybe. Not maybe. You wouldn't be this messed up over a woman you barely know unless the bond snapped. She moves closer, her wings brushing the wall as she leans against the counter again. What happened? Why did she run? I don't want to talk about this. Don't want to relive the way Senna looked at me when the daybreak bell started ringing. Like she was terrified. Like being with me was the worst mistake she could have made. But Laura's staring at me with those sharp, gold-ringed eyes, and I know she won't let this drop. We were together, I say finally, the words clipped. In the gardens, and it was perfect. Good. Better than good. And then the bells rang and she panicked. Tried to leave. I asked her to wait, to talk to me, but she just kept saying she had to go. That it was a mistake. A mistake? Her words. Laura's quiet again, and I can practically hear her mind working, turning over the pieces, trying to make them fit. She was human, I add, because that detail matters. Not Xaphen. That shouldn't matter if the bond is real. I know. Then why would she run? That's the question I've been asking myself for 2 solid weeks. Why would someone run from their mate? From a connection that's supposed to be sacred, unbreakable? Unless she didn't feel it. Unless I imagined the whole thing. Except I know I didn't. I felt that thread snap into place. Felt her soul reach for mine even if she doesn't have the language to name it. I don't know, I say, and my voice comes out rougher than I intend. But I need to find her. Then we'll find her. Laura straightens, determination settling across her features like armor. You can't just give up because she got scared and ran. If she's your mate, if the bond is real, then you have to find her. I've been trying. Try harder. She pokes me in the chest, right over that aching spot. You're Lorenth Varian. You don't give up on things that matter. And this matters more than anything, doesn't it? The thread pulls taut again, And I can't deny it. Senna matters. She matters more than the bakeries, more than my pride, more than the 2 weeks I've wasted searching blind. I need to find her. You said her name was Senna? Laura's already moving, her mind clearly spinning with plans. No last name? No. Physical description? 5'4", brown skin, black curls, gray eyes. The words come easy because I've memorized every detail. She was wearing a mask at the festival, a silver blue silk dress. Was she from the city? I hesitate. I don't think so. What makes you say that? The way she looked at everything, like it was all new to her. She'd never been to the masquerade before. Laura nods slowly. So probably from one of the outer villages. That narrows it down. There are dozens of villages within riding distance. More depending how far she traveled. Then we start checking them. She's already committed to this, I can tell. Already planning how to track down a woman neither of us knows anything about. We'll ask around. Show up at markets. You said she's human. Someone will know her. The idea of dragging my sister into this makes my jaw tight. But I also know I'm not going to stop her. And maybe she's right. Maybe I need help. Mom? Kova appears in the doorway, her young face scrunched in confusion. Why does Uncle Lawrence look so sad? Laura glances at me, one brow raised in question, and I force my expression into something less pathetic. I'm not sad, troublemaker. You look sad. Well, I'm not. She doesn't look convinced, but Kaylin calls her back to whatever game they're playing, and she disappears again. Laura waits until their voices fade before turning back to me. We'll find her, she says, quiet and firm. I promise. We'll find your mate. The thread in my chest pulls again, desperate, insistent, and I nod. Because I have to believe that. Have to believe I'll see Senna again, even if I have to tear apart every village between here and the mountains to do it.
Chapter 8. Senna. The sound of Darian's snoring fills the small bedroom, like the rasp of rusted metal against stone. I lie still in the pre-dawn darkness, staring at the water-stained ceiling while he sprawls beside me, one heavy arm flung across the space where I'd been sleeping an hour ago. I shifted away slowly, carefully, until I was pressed against the edge of the mattress, with enough room between us that I could pretend I'm alone. That's become my favourite game lately. Pretending. Pretending I don't notice the way he reeks of cheap ale and someone else's jasmine perfume. Pretending I don't see the lipstick smudged on his collar when he stumbles through the door after midnight. Pretending I don't feel the absence of his hands on me like a God's-damned blessing. 2 weeks since the masquerade. 2 weeks since he's touched me. I should be grateful. I am grateful. Every night he comes home too drunk to want me is another night I don't have to lie there and endure his weight, his breath, his grunting satisfaction while I count the cracks in the ceiling and wait for it to be over. But the gratitude tastes wrong somehow. Bitter. Because now I know what it's supposed to feel like. Now I know what it's like to be touched by someone who makes my body sing instead of recoil. Someone who looked at me like I was something precious instead of something owned. Lorenth. His name echoes through my head for the 1,000th time, and that ache in my chest flares, sharp and sudden and so intense I have to press my palm against my sternum just to breathe through it. 2 weeks and it hasn't faded. 2 weeks and I still feel the phantom press of his hands on my skin, the taste of his mouth, the way something inside me cracked open when he was buried deep and whispering my name like a prayer. 2 weeks, and I can't stop thinking about running back to him. Darian snorts in his sleep and rolls over, the mattress dipping under his weight. I freeze, holding my breath, but he just settles again with a wet, smacking sound that turns my stomach. I need to get out of here. Carefully, so carefully, I slide out of bed. The floorboards creak under my feet, and I pause, waiting to see if he stirs. But his snoring continues undisturbed, thick and congested, and I exhale slowly. He doesn't care if I'm gone when he wakes up. Never has. It's only when he comes home and I'm not here that he loses his mind. Only when he thinks I might have left him, might have embarrassed him in front of the whole God's damned village by running off. But mornings? Mornings I'm free. I dress quickly in the dim light filtering through the thin curtains. A simple brown dress that's seen better days, my hair braided back to keep it out of my face. My fingers fumble with the ties, clumsy in my hurry, and I have to force myself to slow down. No point rushing. He's not going to wake up, not with how much he drank last night. The apartment is cramped and dark, all rough-hewn wood and cast-iron fixtures that Darian inherited when his father died. The blacksmith shop sits below us, silent now, but come midday it'll be roaring with heat and the clang of hammer on anvil. The whole building smells like ash and sweat and stale beer. Smells that cling to everything, seeping into the walls until I can taste them on my tongue. I hate it here. I've always hated it here, but now it feels like suffocation. Like the walls are closing in tighter every day, crushing the air from my lungs until I can barely breathe. Because I know what freedom tastes like now. I know what it's like to laugh without fear, to be touched with gentleness instead of ownership, to feel wanted instead of tolerated, and coming back to this. It's killing me. I slip out of the apartment, closing the door with a soft click, and the morning air hits my face like a shock of cold water. It's barely dawn, the sky still streaked with pink and gold, and the village is just starting to wake. Smoke rises from chimneys. Somewhere down the street, I hear the clatter of shutters being thrown open. Morning, Senna. I turn to see old Marek shuffling past with a bundle of firewood under one arm. He's been the village elder for longer than I've been alive, his face creased with wrinkles and his back bent from years of labour. Good morning. I force a smile, and he nods before continuing on his way. No one ever asks questions. No one ever wonders why I'm always up before dawn, slipping out of my own home like a thief. They all know what Darian is. But no one says anything. Because he's a man. Because I'm his wife. Because this is just how things are. I walk quickly through the narrow streets, keeping my head down, and try not to think about how different it felt in New Solace. How alive the city was. How bright. How no one looked at me like I was property. How Lorenz looked at me like I was everything. The ache in my chest sharpens, and I press my hand against it again. I can't keep doing this. Can't keep pretending I'm fine. Can't keep telling myself that one night doesn't matter, that I should be grateful Darian's leaving me alone, that running would only make things worse. Because every day I stay, it gets harder to breathe. Every day I stay, that thread in my chest pulls tighter, yanking towards something I can't have, someone I left behind in a lantern-lit garden. The stables sit at the edge of the village, a low wooden structure that smells like hay and animal musk. Mira's Zarin, a temperamental silver-coated beast named Ash, lifts his shaggy head when I slip inside, his double tails flicking in greeting. Hey, boy. I grab a brush from the hook on the wall and approach slowly. Ash tolerates me, but he's not exactly friendly. Zarin rarely are. He snorts, his breath warm against my palm, and I start brushing out his coat in long, steady strokes. This is my routine, my escape. Mira's a courier, which means she's gone more often than not, riding between villages with messages and parcels. She pays me in bread and company, two things I desperately need, and in return, I help care for Ash and put away any packages when she's away. It's not much, but it's something. It's a reason to leave the apartment. A reason to not be there when Darian wakes up mean or drunk or both. The brush moves rhythmically through Ash's coat, loosening dirt and tangles, and I let my mind wander. Back to the masquerade, back to Lawrence's hands on my waist, guiding me through the dance. Back to the way he smiled, rare and devastating, when I made him laugh. Back to the garden, the lanterns, the way he looked at me when I told him I wanted to feel good for once. Then let me make you feel good. Gods. My throat tightens, and I blink hard against the sudden sting behind my eyes. I can't cry, can't afford to. If I start, I won't stop, and then someone will ask questions I can't answer. Ash shifts under my hands, rumbling low in his chest, and I focus on the rhythm of the brush, in and out, steady, grounding. You're here early. I jump, spinning around, and find Mira standing in the doorway. She's dressed in her riding leathers, her chestnut curls wild around her face, and her honey-brown eyes are sharp with concern. Didn't mean to startle you. She steps inside, closing the door behind her. Darian come home late again? I turn back to Ash, keep brushing. Yeah. Drunk? Yeah. Smelling like another woman? My hand stills for just a moment before I force it to keep moving. Yeah. Mira's quiet for a beat. Then, you know you don't have to stay with him, right? The words hang in the air between us, dangerous and impossible. Mira! I'm serious, Senna. She moves closer, her voice dropping low. You could leave. Tonight. Right now. I'd help you. You know I would. I want to laugh, want to cry, want to scream that of course I know, that I think about it every single day, that the only thing keeping me here is fear. Fear of what Darian would do if he found me. Fear of what my uncle would say. The man who sold me to Darian in the first place, who made it clear I was a burden he was glad to be rid of. Fear of being alone in a world that doesn't give a damn about women like me and ending up in a worse situation. But I don't say any of that. Instead I say, where would I go? Anywhere, the city, another village, somewhere he can't find you. The city. New Solace. Where Larenth is. That pain in my chest slams against my ribs so hard, I actually gasp, and Mira's hand lands on my shoulder. Senna, you okay? I nod, but it's a lie. I'm not okay. Haven't been okay since the moment I ran from that garden and left the best thing that ever happened to me behind. I can't, I whisper, and the words taste like ash. I can't just leave. He'd come after me. You know he would. So what? Let him try. He's not that scary. Yes, he is. Because I've seen what Darian does when he's angry. Seen the way his fists fly. Seen the bruises he leaves behind. Careful to keep them where no one can see. Mira's jaw tightens, and I know she wants to argue. Wants to tell me I'm stronger than I think, that I deserve better, that running is the only way out. But she's also seen the bruises. She knows. One of these days, she says quietly, you're going to realise you're worth more than this. And when you do, I'll be ready. I don't answer. Just keep brushing Ash's coat until my arms ache and the sun climbs higher in the sky. Until the tightness in my chest becomes unbearable. Until all I can think about is storm blue eyes and a voice that made me feel alive, and the way freedom tasted when I was in his arms.
Chapter 9. Larenth. The Temple District sits at the heart of New Solace, all white marble and soaring columns that catch the afternoon light. I've always hated coming here. Too many people, too much incense smoke, too many gods staring down from their alcoves like they're waiting for me to mess up. But Laura's right. If anyone can help me find Senna, it's Sarai. I push through the carved wooden doors of the main temple, and the cool air inside hits my face like a reprieve. The interior stretches high above me, vaulted ceilings painted with scenes of the gods' descent, and the whole place smells like myrrh and candle wax. A few worshippers kneel at the various shrines lining the walls, their whispers echoing in the vast space. I ignore them and head straight for the eastern wing where the Nashai keep their private chambers. Larenth Varian. The voice comes from my left, melodic and amused, and I turn to find Sarai standing in one of the arched doorways. She's dressed in white robes that flow around her like water, her pale gold skin practically glowing in the filtered sunlight. Her braids are woven with prayer beads today, tiny crystal orbs that click softly when she moves, and those strange white eyes of hers fix on me with an intensity that makes my wings twitch. She's always unnerved me, if I'm being honest. Too knowing, too perceptive, like she can see straight through skin and bone into whatever wreckage lives underneath. But she's also blessed Laura's marriage to Varos 9 years ago, blessed both Kova and Kalin when they were born. She's been part of our family long enough that I trust her, even if I don't particularly enjoy being under her scrutiny. Sarai, I incline my head in greeting. She smiles, crossing the space between us with that ethereal grace all Nashai seem to possess. Her wings, massive and white as fresh snow, fold neatly against her back, and she tilts her head as she studies me. "It's been too long," she says. "How have your weeks been since the masquerade?" Straight to the point, then. I should have expected that. "Fine," I lie, and her smile widens. "Liar. I need your help. Obviously." She gestures toward a side chamber, and I follow her into a smaller room lined with shelves of scrolls and books. A low table sits in the center, surrounded by cushions, and she settles onto one with fluid ease. "Sit." I can't. My wings are too restless, my chest too tight, and standing feels like the only thing keeping me from crawling out of my own skin. Sarai watches me for a long moment, her expression shifting from amusement to something sharper. Then she frowns. "Why isn't your bond complete?" The question hits like a fist to the gut. I freeze, staring at her. "What?" She rises from the cushion, moving closer, and her white eyes narrow as she tilts her head. "Your bond, the one I sensed at the masquerade, the one the gods saw fit to forge between you and that human woman." Her frown deepens. Why can I feel the magic lashing out? Unfinished. Angry. My hand goes to my chest instinctively, pressing against the tight knot of agony that's been living there for 2 weeks. She left. Left. Ran. The word tastes bitter. The morning after. Before I could. Before we could talk about what happened. About what it meant. Sarai's expression shifts, something almost like pity crossing her face. "And you haven't seen her since?" "No." "You've tried to find her?" "Every goddamn day." My voice comes out rougher than I intend, frustration bleeding through despite my best efforts to keep it locked down. "I've searched the city, gone to every market, every quarter, every festival. I don't even know her full name. Don't know where she lives. She's just gone." The tightness in my chest flares, and I grit my teeth against it. Sarai studies me for another beat, then nods slowly. "The bond started forming, didn't it? When you were together?" "Yes. And now it's incomplete, reaching for something it can't find." She moves to one of the shelves, her fingers trailing over various objects, crystals, vials, small carved idols. "That's why you're in pain. The magic doesn't understand separation. It only understands connection. Can you help me or not?" She glances back at me, one eyebrow arched. So impatient. "Sarai, yes, I can help you." She pulls something from the shelf, a crystal pendant hanging from a thin silver chain. The stone is pinkish red, translucent, and it catches the light in a way that makes it look like it's glowing from within. "Come here." I cross to her, my pulse kicking up despite myself. She holds the pendant up between us, letting it dangle from her fingers. "This is a tracing stone. I use them for finding lost objects, lost people, lost connections." Her white eyes flick to mine. "Since the bond has already started forming between you and her, the magic will recognize the thread. I can tie this stone to your bond, and it will guide you to her." Hope flares in my chest, sharp and almost painful. "It'll work?" "If the bond is strong enough, yes. And from what I'm sensing..." She reaches out, pressing her palm flat against my sternum. and I feel a pulse of warmth spread through my ribs. It's strong enough. The warmth intensifies, becoming almost uncomfortable, and I grip my teeth as Sarai closes her eyes. Her lips move soundlessly, words in the old tongue that I don't understand, and the crystal pendant begins to glow. Faintly at first, just a soft shimmer of light, then brighter. The glow pulses in time with my heartbeat, and the tightness in my chest shifts, twisting, pulling, like something inside me is trying to reach through the stone. There, Sarai murmurs. She opens her eyes and pulls her hand back, letting the pendant swing freely. The glow remains, steady and warm. It's tied to the bond now. To her. I stare at the stone, watching the way the light flickers and shifts. How does it work? The glow will intensify the closer you get to her. And when you're near, very near, it'll pull. You'll feel it. She presses the pendant into my hand, and the warmth of it seeps into my palm. Don't ignore the pull, Lorinth. The bond is already unstable. The longer you're separated, the worse it'll get for both of you. Both of us. The thought sends a spike of something cold through my gut. She's in pain too? Sarai's expression softens. If she's human, she likely doesn't understand what she's feeling. But yes, the bond doesn't distinguish between Zaffin and human. Once it starts forming, it affects both parties equally. Damn. I close my fingers around the pendant, the chain biting into my palm. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. She tilts her head, studying me with that unsettling intensity again. What will you do when you find her? Bring her home. And if she doesn't want to come? The question hangs in the air between us, sharp and uncomfortable. I meet Sarai's gaze, holding it. She will. Because she has to. Because I felt the way she clung to me in that garden. Heard the way she said my name like it was the only word that mattered. Saw the fear in her eyes when she ran. Not fear of me, but fear of something else. Someone else. She didn't leave because she wanted to. She left because she thought she had to. And I'm going to prove her wrong. Sarai's lips curve into a faint smile. The bond has made you possessive. The bond has made me desperate. Good. She steps back, folding her hands in front of her. Desperation will serve you better than arrogance. Just remember, she's not an object to be claimed, Lorinth. She's a person, a partner. Treat her as such. I bite back the instinctive retort that rises in my throat. Sarai knows me too well. Knows the way I was raised. Trained to command, to control, to see everything as a battle to be won. And maybe she's right. Maybe I do need the reminder. But it doesn't change the fact that Senna is mine. The bond made that clear. I just need to find her and make sure she understands it too. I slip the pendant over my head, tucking it beneath my shirt so the stone rests against my chest. The warmth of it pulses faintly, and I swear I can feel it tugging, just slightly, toward the east, toward wherever she is. Go, Sarai says quietly, before the bond tears you both apart. I don't need to be told twice. I turn and stride out of the chamber, through the temple, and back into the afternoon sunlight. The city sprawls around me, thousands of people, hundreds of streets, endless places to hide. But for the first time in 2 weeks, I don't feel lost. I feel focused, because the pendant is warm against my skin, and the pull in my chest is finally pointing in a direction instead of just aching. I spread my wings and launch into the air, letting the wind carry me higher as I follow the faint tug of magic. North. She's north. And I'm going to find her. I don't want to go home first. The pull is too strong now, the pendant warm and insistent against my sternum, and the thought of wasting even another hour makes my wings twitch with agitation. But I'm not an idiot. I know better than to chase after her empty-handed. I land on the balcony of my townhouse and move through the rooms with purpose, grabbing what I'll need. A pack, water, dried meat and bread wrapped in cloth, a change of clothes, my hunting knife, because I learned a long time ago that being unarmed is the fastest way to end up dead. The pendant pulses against my chest as I work, the glow visible even through my shirt, and I grit my teeth against the urge to just go. Patience. 5 more minutes. I throw the pack over my shoulder and step back onto the balcony, spreading my wings wide. The city sprawls beneath me, golden spires and red-tiled roofs, market squares and winding streets. And for the first time in weeks, I'm not looking at it with desperation. I'm looking past it, north, northeast, wherever the pendant is pulling me. I launch into the air, letting the wind catch my wings, and the city falls away beneath me. The pull in my chest strengthens immediately, a steady tug that feels almost physical now, and I angle myself toward it without hesitation. The sky is clear, the sun still high enough to give me plenty of daylight, and I push myself faster. My wings cut through the air in powerful strokes, carrying me over the outer districts of New Solas and into the farmlands beyond. The pendant grows warmer. I'm going the right way. The landscape shifts as I fly, rolling fields giving way to denser forest, the trees thick and dark below me. I keep my altitude high, scanning the ground for signs of settlements. But there's nothing, just wilderness stretching out in every direction. And then the mountains rise ahead of me, the ridge, a jagged line of peaks that cuts across the horizon, separating New Solas from the more remote territories to the east. I've flown over them before, years ago, but I've never had a reason to go beyond them. Until now. The pendant flares hot against my chest, and I angle toward a pass between 2 of the larger peaks. The air grows thinner as I climb higher, colder, and I have to adjust my wing beats to compensate. But the pull doesn't waver. She's out here, somewhere beyond these mountains. I cross the pass, and the landscape opens up again on the other side. Rolling hills dotted with clusters of trees, a river cutting through the valley below. And in the distance, smoke rising from chimneys. A village. My pulse kicks up, and I slow my flight, circling lower. The pendant is practically burning now, the glow visible even in broad daylight, and the tug in my chest is so strong it's almost painful. Close. I'm close. I descend toward the village, keeping my wings spread wide to slow my approach. It's small, maybe a few dozen buildings clustered around a central square, thatched roofs, dirt roads, a handful of people moving between the structures, going about their day. Human. All of them. No Zafin. No other races. Just humans living quietly in the middle of nowhere. The pendant doesn't pull me toward the square, though. It tugs east, toward the edge of the village where a cluster of buildings sits near a fenced pasture. I can see Zarin grazing in the field, their shaggy silver coats catching the sunlight, and my eyes lock onto a stable at the far end. That's where she is. I land hard, my boots hitting the dirt road with enough force to send up a small cloud of dust. A few villagers glance my way, eyes widening when they see my wings, but I ignore them. The pendant is molten against my skin now, the pull so strong it's dragging me forward before I even consciously decide to move. I cross the road, round the side of the stable, and then I see her. She's standing just outside the stable doors, her back to me, a bucket in one hand and a brush in the other. Her black hair is braided down her back, the thick plait swaying gently as she moves, and she's wearing a simple dress, brown, worn, patched in a few places. No mask this time, no festival silks or lantern light, just her. And she's stunning, even more than I remembered. My chest tightens, the bond flaring so hot, I have to press a hand against it to keep from doubling over. Every instinct in my body is screaming at me to close the distance, to touch her, to make sure she's real and not some fever dream my mind conjured up. I move without thinking, my boots crunching on the gravel, and she stills. Slowly, so slowly, she turns, and our eyes meet. Storm gray, soft as rainlight, but sharp with recognition. She knows it's me. But instead of smiling, instead of relief or joy or anything close to what I felt when I saw her, her expression shudders, goes carefully blank, and she looks away, like she doesn't know me, like I'm just another stranger passing through her village. She doesn't. I close the distance between us in 3 long strides, and she takes a step back, instinctive, automatic, but she doesn't run. Her fingers tighten around the brush, her knuckles going white, and I can see the way her chest rises and falls too quickly. She's afraid, not of me, of something else. Senna. Her name sounds rough on my tongue, almost desperate, and her eyes snap back to mine. For a moment, just a moment, I see it. The same pull, the same hunger, the same need that's been eating me alive for 2 weeks. Then she looks away again. Do I? Her voice is quiet, barely audible. Do I know you? I know she's lying. She knows me, just like I know it's her with my eyes closed and my hearing muffled. I don't need anything but the burning in my chest to tell me it's her. I step closer, crowding into her space, and she inhales sharply. The scent of her washes over me, something clean and warm, like fresh bread and meadow mint, and the bond in my chest roars. You don't know me? I lean in, my voice dropping low, close enough that I can see the freckles dusting her cheekbones, the way her lips part slightly as she breathes. You expect me to believe that? Her hands are shaking. I can see the way the brush trembles in her grip. Please. The word is barely a whisper. You have to... I have to what? I reach up, catching her chin gently between my fingers, tilting her face toward mine. Her skin is so soft. Warm. Real. Pretend I don't feel this. Pretend you don't. Her eyes are shining now, something broken and desperate flickering in their depths. You shouldn't be here, she breathes. Too bad. Lorinth. Her eyes search mine, and I see that want. I know she's been thinking about me too. I expect her to tell me to leave, but instead, I see that resolve crumble. And then she's kissing me. It's not tentative this time. Not hesitant. It's fierce and hungry and desperate, her free hand fisting in the front of my shirt as she pulls me down to her. The brush clatters to the ground, forgotten, and I catch her waist with both hands, dragging her closer until there's no space left between us. The bond in my chest ignites. It's like a missing piece finally slotting into place, like every jagged edge inside me suddenly smooths out and locks tight. The pain that's been clawing at my ribs for 2 weeks vanishes, replaced by something so overwhelming I can't even name it. Rightness. Completion. Home. She gasps against my mouth, her fingers tangling in my hair, and I deepen the kiss, tasting her, claiming her, making sure she understands that this is real, that we're real, that she's mine. Her back hits the stable wall and I press into her, one hand sliding up to cup her face while the other stays locked around her waist. She makes a soft sound, half whimper, half moan, and I swallow it, pouring everything I felt for the past 2 weeks into this one moment. Relief, rage, need, possession, all of it. She kisses me back like she's drowning and I'm air. And then... Senna! The shout rips through the air like a blade, and she wrenches away from me so fast I almost don't process it. Her eyes are wide, panicked, and she stumbles back against the wall as heavy footsteps crunch across the gravel. I turn, every muscle in my body going tight, and a man rounds the corner of the stable. Human, average height, thinning sandy hair and pale eyes that lock onto Senna with something cold and possessive that makes my wings flare instinctively. What do you think you're doing? The man's voice is harsh, his face twisted with anger, and he crosses the distance between us in quick strides. I step in front of Senna without thinking, blocking his path, and his eyes flick to me for the first time. He takes in my wings, my height, the way I'm standing between him and her, and his expression darkens. Who are you? Someone who wants an explanation. My voice comes out flat, dangerous. For why you're shouting at her. It's none of your concern how I speak to my wife. The word sends me reeling. Wife. I go still. every thought in my head scattering like leaves in a windstorm. Wife? No, that's not... I glance back at Senna, and the look on her face, guilt, fear, desperation, confirms it. She's married. To him. The bond in my chest twists violently, rejecting the idea outright, and I have to grit my teeth against the surge of rage that floods through me. Is that true? I don't look away from her. Can't. Are you married to him? She opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. Her eyes are shining again, tears threatening to spill over, and the silence stretches between us like a chasm. Of course it's true. The man, her husband, steps around me and grabs Senna's arm, yanking her away from the wall. She stumbles, her hand flying up to brace against his chest, and I see the way she flinches when his fingers dig into her skin. Something in me snaps. I move without thinking, reaching for him, but Senna's voice stops me cold. Don't. The word is barely a whisper, but it's laced with so much fear that I freeze mid-step. She's not afraid of me. She's afraid of what he'll do if I interfere. The realization cuts deeper than any blade. You will pay for this. The man drags her toward the road, his grip bruising, and Senna doesn't resist, doesn't fight, just lets herself be pulled along like she's done this 100 times before. And maybe she has. I stand there, rooted to the spot, watching as he hauls my mate away from me. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to stop him, to rip his hand off her arm and break every bone in his body for daring to touch her like that. But Senna won't look at me. She keeps her eyes down, her shoulders hunched, and the last thing I see before they disappear around the corner is the way her free hand trembles at her side. The bond in my chest is howling, clawing, raging, demanding I follow, demanding I take her back. But I don't move, because she's married, and I don't know what that means for us.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 10. Senna. The tea burns my tongue, but I drink it anyway. Anything to focus on something other than the throbbing ache in my ribs. The sharp sting across my cheekbone. The way my left wrist protests every time I move it, swollen and tender from where Darian wrenched it behind my back. I shouldn't have come here after Darian stormed out. Shouldn't have dragged myself up the narrow staircase to Mira's tiny apartment above the seamstress shop, leaving a trail of blood-spotted tears on every third step. But I didn't know where else to go. Staying home wasn't an option. Not after what happened. Mira's apartment is small. Just one room with a bed shoved against the far wall, a rickety table near the window, and a hearth that barely gives off enough heat to keep the space warm. But it's hers, safe, and right now, that's all I need. Drink more. Mira presses the chipped ceramic cup back into my hands, her honey-brown eyes scanning my face with the kind of clinical assessment that makes me want to curl into myself even more. The meadowmint will help with the pain. I take another sip, even though I know it won't. Nothing helps with the pain anymore. Not tea, not time, not the careful distance I've learned to keep between myself and Darian's fists. Today, though, I failed at that distance, spectacularly. Mira settles onto the edge of the bed beside me, close enough that our shoulders brush, and I feel her warmth seep through the thin fabric of my dress. She doesn't ask what happened, doesn't demand an explanation or press me to talk about the bruises already blooming across my skin like ugly flowers. She just waits. And somehow, that's worse than if she'd yelled at me. I messed up, I whisper finally, the words scraping past the tightness in my throat. Really messed up this time. Mira's hand finds mine, her fingers curling gently around my uninjured wrist. Senna. I kissed him. The confession spills out before I can stop it, raw and jagged. The Zafan, Lorenth, he came here, to the village, and I kissed him, and Darian saw, and... I can't finish. Can't force the rest of the words past the lump choking me. Mira goes very still beside me. Wait, the Zafan you met at the masquerade? I nod, not trusting my voice. He came here? To this village? Another nod. Senna. Mira's voice shifts, taking on that sharp edge she gets when she's trying not to panic. You never told me what happened at the masquerade. You came back and you wouldn't talk about it. I thought maybe you just had a good time and that was it. Shame curls hot in my stomach, and I pull my hand free from hers, wrapping both arms around myself instead. I didn't think it mattered. Didn't think it mattered. I didn't think he'd want more than one night. The admission tastes bitter on my tongue. He's Zafan, a noble, I think, based on his wings, and I'm nothing, just some human woman married to a blacksmith in the middle of nowhere. Why would someone like him want someone like me? Mira stares at me for a long moment, her expression cycling through disbelief, frustration, and something that looks almost like pity. Then she grabs my shoulders, gently, careful not to press on any of the fresh bruises, and turns me to face her. You're going to tell me everything, she says firmly. Right now. Starting with what happened at the masquerade. I open my mouth to argue, but the look in her eyes stops me cold. So I tell her, all of it. How Lorenth appeared out of nowhere when that other Zafan grabbed me. How he was different, controlled, intense, like a storm held barely in check. How we danced and talked and wandered through the festival together, and how every moment felt like stepping into some kind of dream I didn't want to wake from. How the Nashai said she could sense our bond. How Lorenth pulled me into that lantern-lit garden and admitted he felt something pulling at him, something he couldn't explain or ignore. How I kissed him first. How he made me feel things I didn't know I was capable of feeling, safe and wanted and seen in a way I haven't felt since before my uncle sold me to Darian. Probably ever. How we made love, and it was nothing like what I've endured with my husband. It was gentle and fierce all at once, and for the first time in years, I felt like I mattered to someone. And then how I ran, because the bells were ringing and daybreak was coming, and I knew that if I stayed, if I let myself believe for even a second that this could be real, it would destroy me when it inevitably ended. By the time I finish, my cheeks are wet and my voice is hoarse, and Mira is staring at me with an expression I can't quite read. Senna, she says softly, he's your soulmate. The word hits me like a slap. No, I shake my head, hard enough to make my vision swim. No, that's not possible. The Nashai was wrong. She had to be wrong. She wasn't wrong. Mira's voice is gentle but unyielding. You just described a soul bond, Senna. The pull, the feeling like you couldn't stop touching each other, the way everything felt right when you were together. She squeezes my shoulders again. That's not just attraction, that's fate. Fate doesn't exist. You don't believe that? And she's right, I don't, because I felt it, Felt the way Laurent's soul reached for mine in that garden. Felt the way my own soul answered without hesitation. Felt the wrongness that's been gnawing at me ever since I ran. Like something vital has been ripped away, and I'm just walking around with a gaping hole in my chest. I press my palm against my sternum, where that hollow ache has lived for 2 weeks, and fresh tears spill over. It doesn't matter, I whisper. I'm married, Mira, and even if I wasn't, even if Darian didn't exist, what kind of life could I have with him? He lives in New Solace. I live here. He's Zafan nobility, and I'm... You're good enough for him. Mira cuts in fiercely. Don't you dare say you're not. That's not what I meant. Yes, it is. She moves her hands from my shoulders to cup my face, forcing me to meet her eyes. You've spent so long being told you're worthless that you actually believe it. But you're not, Senna. You're kind and smart and brave, and you deserve better than what Darian gives you. The kindness in her voice cracks something inside me, and I choke on a sob. He beat me, I whisper. When he dragged me home, he saw me with Laurent and he lost it. Worse than usual, and I just let it happen because fighting back only makes it worse. Mira's face goes pale, her jaw tightening. How bad? She's only seen the building bruise on my cheek. It's nowhere as bad as my torso. Bad enough. Senna, I'm fine. The lie tastes like ash. I've survived worse. That's not fine. Mira's voice cracks, and she pulls me into a careful hug, mindful of the bruises. You shouldn't have to survive your own husband. You should be able to leave, to run, to find someone who treats you the way you deserve. Like Laurent? The question comes out bitter, half laughing. A Zafan noble who probably has a dozen women throwing themselves at him back in New Solace. What makes you think he'd even want... He came here. I freeze, Mira's words sinking in. He came all the way out to this God's forsaken village to find you, Mira says, pulling back just enough to look at me. That's not the behaviour of someone who's forgotten you, Senna. That's the behaviour of someone who's desperate. My chest tightens, and I think of the way Laurent looked at me earlier. The way his storm blue eyes darkened when he saw me. The way he moved like he couldn't help himself, like every instinct in his body was screaming at him to close the distance between us. The way he kissed me back like I was the only thing in the world that mattered. He said my name, I whisper. Like he'd been holding on to it for weeks. Like it hurt him to finally say it out loud. Mira's expression softens. Then you know he wants you. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. The word comes out flat, automatic. What can I do? I'm married. Darian would never let me go. He'd hunt me down and drag me back, and it would be so much worse than this. Or Laurent could protect you. He's one Zafan. He's a noble, Mira counters, with wings and magic and probably an entire network of connections in New Solace. If anyone can keep you safe from Darian, it's him. I shake my head, fear coiling tight in my stomach. You didn't see the way Darian looked at him, at me. If I run, if I leave with Laurent, Darian will lose his mind. He'll come after us. He'll what? Mira's voice hardens. He'll hit you. He already does that. He'll scream at you, lock you in the house, make you feel like you're nothing. Senna, he's already doing all of that. What do you have to lose by trying? Everything. That's what I want to say. Because as terrible as my life is now, at least I know what to expect. I know how to navigate Darian's moods, how to make myself small enough to avoid the worst of his rage. I know the rhythms of this prison I've been living in. But leaving, running with Laurent, that's stepping into the unknown, into a world where I don't know the rules or the dangers, or whether the bond pulling at my chest is strong enough to survive reality. And what if it's not? What if Laurent realises I'm not worth the trouble? What if he gets tired of me, or the bond fades, or he decides he made a mistake? What if I trade one cage for another? I can't, I whisper, and the words feel like a death sentence. I'm too afraid. Mira's hands tighten on my shoulders, her eyes blazing. Then you need to get over that fear, because if you stay here, Darian is going to kill you eventually. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one of these days he's going to go too far, and you won't walk away. The truth of it sits heavy in my chest, undeniable. I've known it for years, known that every beating brings me closer to the edge, known that Darian's control is slipping, that his rage is getting harder to contain. But knowing it and accepting it are two different things. I don't know how to leave, I admit, my voice breaking. I don't know where I'd go or how I'd survive. I don't have money or skills or... You have Laurent. I look at her, tears streaming down my face. You have a soulmate who came all this way to find you, Mira says gently. A man who looked at you like you hung the stars, who kissed you like he was drowning and you were air. That's not nothing, Senna. That's everything. I want to believe her. Gods, I want to believe her so badly it hurts. But the fear is still there, coiled tight around my ribs, whispering that I'm not brave enough, that I don't deserve this, that running will only make things worse. What if he doesn't want me now that he knows the truth? I whisper. What if he finds out how broken I am and changes his mind? Mira pulls me back into her arms, holding me tight. Then he's an idiot, but I don't think he will. I close my eyes, breathing in the faint scent of lavender that always clings to Mira's clothes, and let myself imagine it. Leaving, running, finding Laurent, and letting him pull me into that world of lantern light and possibility. But then I think of Darian's face, the cold fury in his pale eyes when he saw me with Laurent, the way his fingers dug into my arm hard enough to bruise, and I tremble, because I know, deep in my bones, that if this is how he reacted to just seeing me with another man, what he'd do if I actually tried to leave would be so much worse.
Chapter 11. Laurent. The inn's mattress is a lumpy disaster, but I don't sleep anyway. I spend the entire night staring at the water-stained ceiling, replaying every second of yesterday. Senna's face when she turned and saw me. That flash of recognition before she tried to bury it. The way her storm-gray eyes went wide with something that looked like terror mixed with longing. How she pretended not to know me, voice shaking as she lied through her teeth. Then that bastard grabbed her, dragged her away while she stumbled, and I just stood there like a coward. I roll onto my side, the bed frame creaking under my weight, and press the heel of my hand against my sternum. The bond pulls tighter, sharper than it's been in days. It's been gnawing at me since the moment she left the masquerade, but yesterday, seeing her again, it became damn near unbearable. Like something vital has been ripped out of my chest and is walking around separate from me. Morning light filters through the grimy window, casting long shadows across the cramped room. I push myself upright, running both hands through my hair hard enough to hurt. Think, Laurent. Use your goddamn brain. She wasn't happy to see her husband. That much was clear. The way she flinched when he touched her. The panic in her eyes when she realized he'd seen us together. The tremor in her voice when she tried to dismiss what we shared. And she's not from the city. She panicked when the bells rang at daybreak, bolted like her life depended on getting home. Now I'm thinking it was because she needed to be back, before he noticed she was gone. My jaw clenches hard enough to make my teeth ache. I don't think she's in love. She was afraid of him, is afraid of him, which means she's not happily married. Means that kiss, both of them, the one at the masquerade and the one yesterday, weren't just physical attraction, or the bond pulling us together. They were desperation, a drowning woman gasping for air. And I let her go back to him. If she was married, even unhappy but taken care of, I'd walk away. But I'm starting to doubt that she entered that arrangement willingly. I know how humans are treated by Xaphen, but human women? Senna could be suffering. And then I remember what she said to me at the masquerade. I just want to know what it feels like to feel good with someone. I surge to my feet, pacing the narrow space between the bed and the wall. My wings shift restlessly against my back, responding to the fury building in my chest. I need to talk to her, need to find out what is going on and why she's stuck in a marriage that clearly makes her miserable, why she is clearly used to abuse and begged for touch that wasn't painful. Need to hear her say she wants this, wants me, so I can figure out how to get her out. Because I'm not walking away from this, from her. The bond won't let me. My own damn heart won't let me. But I don't know where to find her. I grab my coat from where I threw it over the chair last night and head downstairs. The innkeeper barely glances up from wiping down the bar as I drop a few lummy on the counter and stride out into the cold morning air. The village is just waking up, smoke rising from chimneys, a few early risers moving through the streets. It's small enough that everyone probably knows everyone's business, which means I need to be careful. I head toward the stable where I saw Senna yesterday. Maybe someone there will know where she lives. Maybe I'll get lucky and she'll be there again. The stable sits at the edge of the village, a weathered building that's seen better decades. A Zarin snorts from inside one of the stalls as I approach, its silver coat catching the morning light. I'm about to call out when a woman rounds the corner, carrying a bucket of water. She stops dead when she sees me, honey brown eyes going sharp with recognition. She's human, curvy, with chestnut brown skin and short, springy curls that frame her face. Pretty in a way that would probably turn heads if she weren't currently looking at me like I'm a threat. "You're Lorenth," she says. Not a question. I nod slowly, trying to figure out how she knows my name. She sets the bucket down with deliberate care, crossing her arms over her chest. "Senna told me about you. Everything in me goes still. Is she?" "She's alive, if that's what you're asking." The woman's voice is hard, protective. But gods only know how long that will be true. My hands curl into fists at my sides. What does that mean? It means her husband is a piece of trash who beats her whenever he feels like it. She takes a step closer, her chin lifting in challenge despite the fact that I've got more than a foot on her. It means she came to my place last night covered in bruises because of what happened when he dragged her home. Because he saw her with you. The rage that floods through me is so sharp, so immediate, that my vision briefly whites out. I force myself to breathe through it, to not let my wings flare or my magic surge. "Where is she?" My voice comes out rougher than I intend. The woman studies me for a long moment, her gaze searching my face like she's trying to decide if I'm worth the risk. "Why are you here?" "Because I need to talk to her." That's not an answer. I grit my teeth, fighting the urge to just push past her and tear this village apart until I find Senna myself. Because she's my soulmate, and I can feel her hurting, and it's driving me out of my goddamn mind. Something shifts in the woman's expression, not quite softening, but close. "You really care about her?" It's not a question, but I answer anyway. "Yes." "She can't be hurt by someone else," the woman says quietly. "She's been through enough. If you're going to walk into her life and make promises you can't keep, I'm not going to hurt her." The words come out fierce, absolute. I swear on my life, on anything, I'm not going to hurt her. The woman holds my gaze for another beat, then sighs. "The blacksmith shop. Edge of the village, south side. You'll know it by the smoke." I'm already moving before she finishes speaking. "Lorenth." I glance back. Her face is serious, almost grave. "Get her out of there, please." I don't answer. Just turn and head south, my stride eating up the distance. The blacksmith shop is easy to find, exactly where she said it would be, with smoke rising from the forge chimney. It's a squat stone building with a faded sign hanging above the door, the paint so chipped I can barely make out the words. I push the door open, stepping into the dim interior. The front room is cluttered with tools and half-finished projects, metal glinting in the low light from the forge visible through a doorway at the back. But there's no one here. No sound except the faint crackle of embers. I'm about to call out when I hear it. A cry, sharp and pained and unmistakably Senna. Every rational thought evaporates. I move on pure instinct, crossing the shop in 3 strides and shoving through the back doorway into what looks like a small workspace. And there she is, on her knees on the stone floor, one hand pressed to her face, her black curls falling forward to hide her expression. And standing over her, arm raised like he's about to strike again, is the same bastard who dragged her away yesterday. Rage detonates in my chest. I don't think, don't plan. Just surge forward and grab him by the back of his tunic, yanking him away from her with enough force to send him stumbling backward. "What the hell?" he starts, spinning toward me. I don't let him finish. My fist connects with his jaw with a satisfying crack, and he goes down hard, his head hitting the edge of the workbench on the way. He crumples to the floor and doesn't move. Good. Saves me the trouble of hitting him again. I turn to Senna, dropping to my knees beside her. She's trembling, her whole body shaking like she's been caught in a winter storm. Her hand is still pressed to her cheek, and when I gently pull it away, I see fresh blood welling from a split in her lip. The bruise from yesterday has darkened to an ugly purple-black, and there's a new one forming along her jaw. Fury roars through me again, so sharp I can taste it. "Senna." My voice comes out rougher than I intend, but I force myself to gentle it. "Senna, look at me." Her storm-gray eyes lift to mine, wide and glassy with unshed tears. "I've got you," I tell her, sliding one arm under her knees and the other around her back. "You're going to be okay." She doesn't protest when I lift her, just curls into my chest like she's trying to disappear. The bond flares bright and fierce in response, singing in my veins like it's finally found what it's been searching for. She fits against me perfectly, like she was made to be held exactly like this. I stand, cradling her carefully, and glance back at the unconscious piece of trash on the floor. Part of me wants to put my boot through his ribs, make sure he feels a fraction of the pain he's caused her. But Senna is more important. Getting her out of here is more important. "Is he?" Senna's voice is barely a whisper, muffled against my coat. "Unconscious." I keep my tone even, controlled, even though everything inside me is screaming for blood. "He'll live. Unfortunately." She shudders in my arms and I tighten my grip on her. "I'm taking you with me," I tell her, leaving no room for argument. "You're not staying here." "He'll come after me." Her voice cracks. Let him try." I carry her out of the shop, not bothering to close the door behind us. Let the bastard wake up cold and confused on his own damn floor. The morning air bites at my face as I step outside, and Senna shivers against me. I adjust my hold, making sure my coat is wrapped around her as much as possible. "Lorenth." "We'll talk when we're somewhere safe," I cut in gently. "Right now, I just need you to trust me." She goes quiet, her fingers curling into the fabric of my tunic. And that small gesture, the tentative trust, does something to me. Breaks through the fury and the protective instinct and touches something deeper. She's mine. The bond knows it. My soul knows it. And now finally I'm going to make damn sure she knows it too.
Chapter 12. Senna. I'm trembling so hard I can feel my teeth chattering, but I can't stop. Can't make my body obey even the simplest command to be still. Lorenth's arms are solid around me, warm despite the cold morning air, and I press my face harder into his chest because I don't know what else to do. His heartbeat thuds steady beneath my ear, counterpoint to my own ragged breathing. He saved me. The thought loops through my mind on repeat, disbelieving. He came back. He found me. And when Darian... My split lip throbs, a sharp reminder of what happened this morning. How Darian's face twisted with fury when I tried to leave for the stable, his accusation ringing through the small rooms above the shop. "Sneaking off to see him, are you? That goddamn Zafan?" I'd tried to tell him I was only going to help Mira with Ash, that Laurent was surely gone by now, back to the city where he belonged. But Darian didn't believe me. He never believes me. This is the first time I haven't been telling the truth. His hand had come down fast, catching me across the face before I could flinch away. And then Laurent was there. I curl my fingers tighter into his tunic, feeling the rough fabric beneath my palms. Real, solid. Not some desperate fantasy I conjured to escape the nightmare my life has become. "Where are we going?" My voice comes out small, muffled against his coat. "Somewhere we can talk." His tone is controlled, but I can hear the fury simmering beneath it. Feel it in the tension of his muscles, the way his wings shift restlessly against his back. "Somewhere private." The forest swallows us as he strides through the trees, boots crunching over fallen leaves and twigs. I risk a glance up at his face, all sharp angles and fierce concentration, jaw clenched so tight I wonder if his teeth ache. He's furious, but not at me. The distinction matters. With Darian, I can never tell when the rage will turn my direction, what small thing I'll do to set him off. But with Laurent, even as angry as he clearly is, I'm not afraid. I should be. Should be terrified of what he might do, of the power coiled in his frame and the violence I just witnessed. But all I feel is safe, which is ridiculous, insane. I barely know him, except that's not true, is it? The bond, whatever Sarai called it at the masquerade, knows him. My soul reaches for his the same way it did that night under the lanterns, desperate and yearning and so damn tired of being alone. Laurent slows as we reach a small clearing, sunlight filtering through the canopy overhead to dapple the forest floor. He sets me down carefully, keeping his hands on my waist until my feet are steady beneath me. Then he cups my face, tilting my chin up so I have no choice but to meet his gaze. Those storm blue eyes blaze with an anger so fierce it steals my breath. But his touch is gentle, thumbs brushing carefully over my cheekbones like he's afraid I'll shatter. Heat flares under his hand, and I feel my bruised cheek from yesterday healing from his magic. "You cannot go back to him." Not a question, a statement, final and absolute. I open my mouth to argue, to explain why it's not that simple, but he keeps going. "This marriage you have, it doesn't mean anything. Not when we're meant to be together. Not when I can feel your soul calling to mine, and every goddamn instinct I have is screaming at me to keep you safe. Not when he treats you like that." The words knock the air from my lungs. I want to believe him. Gods, I want to believe him so badly it hurts, but hope is dangerous. Hope gets you hurt. "Marriage?" I hear myself say, and a bitter laugh escapes me. What I have with Darian is a disgrace to that word. His brow furrows slightly, confusion flickering across his expression. The laughter turns harsher, edged with something that tastes like acid. "That's not a marriage. That's ownership. He treats me like a whipped animal, something to use when it suits him and beat when it doesn't." The words spill out before I can stop them, ugly and raw and true. Maybe because I want Laurent to know why I did what I did, that I don't feel guilty about what happened between us. Laurent's expression goes stormy, the gold rings around his pupils flaring bright. His hands tighten fractionally on my face, and for half a second I tense, old instincts kicking in. But he doesn't hurt me, just holds me there, his gaze boring into mine with an intensity that makes my knees weak. "You're not going back to that man." Each word is precise, controlled, but vibrating with barely leashed fury. "You're coming with me." My heart does something complicated in my chest, a wild flutter that feels dangerously close to hope. "I can't," I whisper, even though every part of me is screaming yes. "He'll come after me. He'll hurt you, hurt Mira. Well, not her. She would slit his throat for trying. Hurt anyone who tries to help me. and it'll only make things worse when he drags me back. I don't care if that piece of trash manages to pull the sun from the sky. Laurent's voice drops lower, rougher. I'm not leaving you with him. You don't understand. Then make me understand. His thumbs brush over my cheeks again, infinitely careful despite the storm raging in his eyes. Do you love him? No. The word bursts out of me, vehement and immediate. Gods, no, I was sold to him, by my uncle, after my parents died, sold like livestock to settle a debt. Saying it out loud makes it real in a way it hasn't been before, makes the humiliation and rage and helplessness crash over me fresh. Darian wanted a wife who wouldn't talk back, who'd keep his house and warm his bed and never ask for anything in return. My uncle wanted his debts forgiven, so they made a deal and My voice cracks. I didn't get a choice. It's not real, I finish, barely a whisper. None of it is real. Something shifts in Laurent's expression, fury giving way to something fiercer, more possessive. His hands slide from my face to my shoulders, then down to my waist as he scoops me back into his arms in one smooth motion. Then I'm not letting you go. Before I can process what's happening, his wings flare wide, massive and grey-blue with that cobalt iridescence catching the light, and he launches us into the air. I gasp, my arms flying around his neck as the ground drops away beneath us. Wind whips my hair back from my face, cold and sharp and exhilarating. Laurent, hold on to me. I don't have a choice. My fingers dig into his shoulders as he rises higher, trees becoming a blur of green and brown below. My stomach lurches, caught somewhere between terror and a wild, unexpected thrill. I've never flown before, never been more than a few feet off the ground, and now the whole world is spread out beneath me, vast and beautiful and terrifying. Where are you taking me? I manage, my voice shaking. Home. He adjusts his grip, pulling me closer against his chest. My home. You'll be safe there. Safe. The word sounds foreign in his mouth, like a language I've forgotten how to speak. This is kidnapping, I point out, but it comes out weaker than I intend. Because the truth is, I'm not fighting him. Not really. If that's what it takes to keep you safe, then yes. His tone leaves no room for argument. I'll do whatever I have to. Call it what you want. I don't argue, mostly because I don't want to. I want this, want him. So I cling to him as he flies fast and hard for hours, holding me close, his magic seeping into my skin and keeping me warm. My skin stops throbbing, and I realise he's healing me too. The city appears on the horizon, gleaming spires rising against the pale sky. New solace. I've seen it from a distance before, but never like this. From above, with the whole sprawling expanse of it visible at once. It's beautiful, intimidating, nothing like the small village I've spent the last few years trapped in. He'll find me, I say quietly. Darian will come looking. Let him. The confidence in those two words should reassure me. Instead, it makes my pulse spike with anxiety. Because this is a bad idea. A terrible, reckless idea that's going to end in disaster. Darian won't just let me go. He'll hunt me down, drag me back, make me suffer for the humiliation of leaving. And Laurent, gods, Laurent has no idea what he's getting into. What kind of man Darian is when his pride is wounded. But even as the rational part of my brain screams warnings, another part, deeper, more primal, sings with relief. Because I'm free. For the first time in years, I'm actually free. Laurent descends toward a quieter residential quarter, away from the glittering chaos of the main city. The townhouse he lands in front of is 2 stories, modest compared to some of the grander buildings, but well kept. Inviting. He sets me down carefully on the front step, steadying me when my legs threaten to buckle. This is your home? I ask, staring up at the door. Yes. He produces a key from his pocket, unlocking it with practiced ease. You'll be safe here. I promise. Safe. There's that word again. I want to believe him, want to trust that this isn't just postponing the inevitable. But fear has lived in my bones for so long I don't know how to let it go. Laurent pushes the door open, gesturing for me to go ahead. I hesitate on the threshold, looking back at him. At the fierce determination in his storm blue eyes, the set of his jaw, the protective way he hovers close like he's ready to catch me if I fall. Why are you doing this? The question slips out before I can stop it. You don't owe me anything. His expression softens, just slightly. Because I have spent 2 weeks searching for you, Senna, and I won't let you go again. The possessiveness in his tone should probably alarm me, should send up warning flags that I'm trading one cage for another. But it doesn't. Because unlike Darian, Laurent isn't trying to own me. He's trying to protect me. And God's help me, I want to let him. I step inside, crossing into the warmth of his home. The door clicks shut behind us, and something in my chest loosens, just a fraction. I'm still scared, still certain this is going to end badly. But for the first time in years, I'm also excited. Because maybe, just maybe, I don't have to go back.
Chapter 13. Laurent. I'm barely holding it together. My hands are shaking, actually shaking, as I lean against the wall outside my bedroom, wings tucked tight against my back because the space is too narrow for them to spread. The sound of running water echoes faintly into the hall, a reminder that she's in there, in my home, safe. For now. The bond in my chest has quieted somewhat, that vicious lashing easing to a steady pulse now that she's close. But it doesn't change the rage still coiling through my veins, hot and acidic. Sold. The word keeps looping through my mind, vicious and ugly. She was sold to that piece of trash like livestock, like property, by her own goddamn uncle. My fists clench, nails biting into my palms hard enough to sting. I healed the marks Darian left on her skin, the bruise on her cheek, the cut on her lip, the finger-shaped shadows around her wrist. But that doesn't erase what he did. Doesn't change the fact that she felt them. That she's been living with that kind of violence for gods know how long. And I wasn't there. Couldn't protect her because I didn't know. Couldn't stop him because she slipped away from me at the masquerade, disappearing into the dawn before I could even get her name. The helplessness of it makes me want to tear something apart. I should go back. Should fly straight to that god's-forsaken village, find Darian, and break every bone in his body for what he's done to her. Make him understand exactly what happens when you hurt what's mine. Except she's not mine. Not really. The bond says otherwise. Screams it, actually, with every beat of my heart. But Senna hasn't chosen me. Not yet. She came with me because she was terrified and desperate and out of options. Not because she wants this. Wants me. I exhale hard, scrubbing a hand over my face. She needs safety. Stability. Time to figure out what the hell she wants without some bastard controlling her every move. And I need to get my stuff together before I do something stupid, like march into that bathing chamber and... No, not going there. Footsteps sound behind me, soft, hesitant. I turn, knowing I need to get my raging thoughts under control. My mouth goes dry. Senna stands at the end of the hallway, wrapped in nothing but a towel. Her dark curls are damp, clinging to her shoulders and neck, droplets of water still beating on her brown skin. The towel covers her from chest to mid-thigh, but barely, and the way the fabric molds to her curves, still slightly damp in places. Damn. I've seen her before. In that stunning gown at the masquerade, all elegant lines and hidden fire. In her simple village clothes earlier this morning, bruised and frightened but still defiant. But this is different. This is intimate, vulnerable, and every instinct I have is roaring at me to close the distance between us, to worship every inch of her skin until she forgets what it feels like to be afraid. Her voice is quiet, uncertain. Those storm-gray eyes meet mine, and I can see the flush creeping up her neck, staining her cheeks. I don't have any clothes. Right, clothes. That's a thing people need. I nod, trying to wrangle my brain back into some semblance of coherent thought. We can remedy that. Tomorrow I'll take you shopping, get you whatever you need. The words come out rougher than I intend, my voice dropping low. For now, I've got some things you can wear. They'll be big on you, but... I trail off because she's staring at me with those bright eyes, lips slightly parted, and I can feel my magic flaring under my skin. Hot and electric, responding to her nearness the same way it did at the masquerade. The same way it's been doing since I found her again. God damn it. Stay here, I manage, and stride past her into my bedroom before I do something monumentally stupid. I yank open a drawer, pulling out one of my tunics and a pair of sleep pants with a drawstring. They're going to drown her, but it's better than nothing. When I turn back, she's followed me, standing just inside the doorway now, still wrapped in that towel, still looking at me like she trusts me. The realization hits me square in the chest, stealing my breath. After everything she's been through, everything Darian put her through, she's standing here half naked in my bedroom, vulnerable and exposed. And she's not afraid. Of me, at least. I cross the room, holding out the clothes. These should work until... She doesn't take them, just keeps staring at me with those wide gray eyes, something unreadable flickering across her expression. My magic surges again, crackling under my skin like lightning waiting to strike. The bond pulses in response, tight and insistent, and I can feel the pull of it dragging me toward her. Before I can think better of it, I set the clothes aside and move closer, cupping her face the way I did in the forest. Her skin is still damp from the bath, warm under my palms. Are you okay? The question comes out hoarse. She doesn't answer right away, just leans into my touch, eyes fluttering half closed like she's savoring it. And then so quietly I almost miss it. I want to know what it's like. My brow furrows. What's like? To feel safe. Her voice is barely a whisper now, fragile and raw. To find pleasure from someone's hands instead of pain. The words shatter something in my chest that I didn't know could break. She's not just talking about sex. She's talking about touch, about being held without flinching, about hands on her skin that don't leave bruises, about intimacy that doesn't come with fear and violence and humiliation, about everything that bastard denied her. My thumbs brush over her cheekbones, careful and reverent. Senna, I know what I'm asking. She opens her eyes fully now, meeting my gaze with a steadiness that belies the tremor in her voice. I know this is fast and reckless and probably insane, but I've spent years being careful, being good, doing what I was told and hoping it would keep me safe, and all it got me was more pain. Her hands come up to rest on my chest, fingers curling into the fabric of my tunic. The touch sends heat racing through me, my magic responding with an intensity that makes my wings twitch. You make me feel safe, she continues, voice gaining strength. When you look at me, I don't see ownership or control. I don't know what I see, but it's different. You're different. I am. The words come out rough, edged with the possessiveness I'm trying so hard to keep leashed. Because I'm not going to hurt you, ever, and I'm sure as hell not going to let anyone else hurt you either. I believe you. Her gaze doesn't waver. So show me, please. Show me what it's supposed to feel like. Every rational thought I have is screaming at me to slow down, to give her time, to not take advantage of her vulnerability and fear and desperation. But the bond is singing in my chest, fierce and demanding, and her hands are on me, and her eyes are begging, and I'm only a man who's been going slowly insane for 2 weeks, haunted by the memory of one perfect night. A man who just found the other half of his soul and discovered she's been living in hell. A man who would burn the whole goddamn world down to keep her safe. My control snaps. I kiss her. She gasps against my mouth, hands fisting tighter in my tunic, and then she's kissing me back with a desperation that matches my own. Her lips part under mine, tongue sliding against mine, and the taste of her, God's the taste of her, makes my head spin. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. She's trembling in my arms, face pressed against my chest, and for a moment I worry that it was too much, that I pushed her too far too fast. But then she tilts her head back to look at me, and the smile on her face, soft and sated and genuinely happy, makes everything else fade away. That was... She trails off with a breathless laugh. I didn't know it could be like that. I brush my lips against her forehead, something fierce and protective swelling in my chest. It's always going to be like that with us.
Chapter 14. Senna. I wake to warmth, not the oppressive heat of summer or the suffocating weight of Darian's presence, but something gentle, safe. Arms wrapped around me, a steady heartbeat under my ear, the soft brush of breath against my hair. For a moment, I don't move. Just lie there, soaking it in. The unfamiliar comfort of being held without fear, of waking without already calculating how to avoid setting him off today. Lorenth's chest rises and falls beneath my cheek, slow and even. One of his hands rests on my lower back, fingers splayed possessively across my skin. His wings, those beautiful grey wings with their cobalt shimmer, are draped over us like a blanket, cocooning us in our own private world. My body aches in the most delicious way. A reminder of last night. Of this morning technically, since we didn't stop until exhaustion finally claimed us both. He'd made love to me over and over, each time slower and more reverent than the last. Learning what made me gasp, what made me beg, what made me forget my own name. That tight, gnawing ache in my chest, the one he said was our bond, has finally quieted. Not gone exactly, but satisfied. Like something essential finally clicked into place after being misaligned for too long. And the years of hurt. Gods, I hadn't realised how much I was carrying until he'd eased it away with his hands, his mouth, his body. Until he'd shown me what it felt like to be touched with care instead of cruelty. I shift slightly, tilting my head back to look at him. His eyes are already open. Storm blue and ringed with gold, watching me with an intensity that should probably frighten me, but doesn't. A slow smile curves his lips, genuine and warm, and so different from Darian's sharp-edged smirks. How do you feel? His voice is rough from sleep, but gentle. I consider the question, really consider it. Sore, I admit, and his smile turns slightly wicked. But good, really good. A pause. Still a little mad about the kidnapping, though. He huffs a quiet laugh, the sound rumbling through his chest. Fair enough. I grin then, something light and almost giddy bubbling up in my chest. Because it's absurd, isn't it? I spent years convincing myself I couldn't leave, that I was trapped, that Darian would hunt me down if I ran, that I'd never be safe, that there was no point in even trying. But it was simple. So stupidly simple. I left with Ozafan. A powerful, noble Zafan who could snap Darian in half without breaking a sweat. Darian's not going to come after me here. He's not that stupid. He's a coward who only hits people who can't hit back. And Lawrence would destroy him. Which means I'm safe, actually truly safe. You know what? I say, still grinning. I've never been happier to be kidnapped. Something flashes in his eyes. Relief, maybe, or satisfaction. And he shifts, rolling us so I'm on my back with him propped on one elbow beside me. His free hand comes up to smooth my hair back from my face, fingers lingering against my temple. Good. He brushes his thumb over my cheekbone. Because I want to be bonded. The words hit me like cold water. I blink up at him, trying to process. Bonded? Soul bonded. His gaze doesn't waver. Properly, with the nashai to complete it. My heart starts racing. I knew there was a bond between us, felt it that first night at the masquerade, and even more strongly now. But I hadn't thought much beyond that, hadn't considered what it actually meant. I swallow hard. I don't understand. His expression softens. The bond is already there, between us, but right now it's incomplete, just formed, not sealed. If we don't complete it with a nashai ceremony, it'll slowly drain us both, make us sick, weak. His thumb traces idle patterns on my skin. But even if the bond wasn't there, even if we weren't fated, I'd still pick you, still want you. This just makes it official. Official, permanent, binding. My chest tightens, not with the bond this time, but with something sharper. Fear. I've heard stories about Zafan my whole life. Terrible, cruel creatures who look down on humans as lesser beings, who use their power to subjugate and control. And I've spent years tied to a man who treated me like property, who used marriage as a weapon to hurt me. Soul bonding would tie my life to Lawrence, would make it impossible to ever leave, even if I wanted to. What if I'm wrong about him? What if this kindness is temporary? What if he turns into someone else once he has me locked down? I must pull back without realizing it, because his expression shifts. The warmth in his eyes doesn't fade, but something cautious enters them. Senna. He says my name like a question. I struggle to find the words. I've been bound to someone before, legally, and it wasn't good. I know. His hand hasn't left my face, still gentle, still careful. But this isn't like that. A soul bond isn't some piece of parchment that says you belong to me. It's deeper, more permanent, yes, but it goes both ways. I meet his gaze, trying to see past the reassurance to whatever truth lies beneath. What do you mean? He shifts, sitting up slightly and pulling me with him so we're both upright. The sheet pulls around our waists, but he doesn't seem to notice or care about our nakedness. All his focus is on me. A soul bond ties us together completely, he says, voice steady. Your pain becomes my pain. Your joy becomes my joy. If you're hurt, I feel it. If you're happy, I feel that too. He takes my hand, lacing our fingers together. And most importantly, I physically cannot hurt you. I frown. What? The bond won't allow it. His thumb strokes over my knuckles. If I even thought about harming you, it would turn that violence back on me. I'd slit my own throat before I could raise a hand to you. And I'd smile while doing it, because the bond would make hurting myself to protect you feel right. My breath catches. I shake my head, trying to wrap my mind around it. That's not like marriage at all. No. His expression is fierce now. Marriage is a legal contract. This is choosing to tie my entire existence to yours, choosing to make your well-being more important than my own survival, choosing to love you so completely that I couldn't hurt you even if I went insane and tried. Love. The word hangs between us, weighty and significant. He doesn't take it back, doesn't soften it or qualify it, just watches me with those storm blue eyes and waits. I think about Darian, about the way he'd cornered me, controlled me, hurt me, about the years I spent making myself smaller, quieter, less visible, hoping it would keep me safe. It never did, because marriage gave him power over me and he wielded it like a weapon. But this, what Lorenth is offering. No one could hurt me again, I say slowly, testing the words. If we're bonded. No one. The certainty in his voice is absolute. I'd kill anyone who tried, and the bond would give you protections too, magical ones. My power would recognize you as part of me and shield you automatically. Part of him. Not property, not possession. Part of him. The difference is staggering. I look down at our joined hands. His are so much larger than mine, scarred from years of training and violence. But they've only ever touched me with gentleness, with care. The bond pulses in my chest, quiet but insistent, like it's waiting for me to acknowledge what it's been trying to tell me since the moment we met. This is right. He's right. We're supposed to be together. And isn't that what I wanted? When I snuck away to the masquerade, when I kissed him in that lantern-lit garden, when I begged him to make me feel good, wasn't I wishing for exactly this? For someone who would choose me, protect me, love me. I need to get out of my marriage. Need to be free of Darian legally, not just physically. And if I'm bonded to Lorenth, Darian has no claim anymore, no power, no control. The fear is still there, sharp and insistent in my throat. Years of conditioning don't disappear overnight, but underneath it is something stronger. Hope. I lift my gaze to meet Lorenth's. If we do this, if we complete the bond, I'm yours. Completely. Forever. Yes. No hesitation. And you're mine. His lips curve into that slow, devastating smile. Already am. My heart stutters. Because he means it. I can see it in his eyes, feel it in the way his magic wraps around me like a protective embrace. He's already decided, already chosen me. Now I just have to be brave enough to choose him back. I take a shaky breath. Okay. He goes very still. Okay? Yes. The word comes out stronger this time. I want to bond with you. For a moment he just stares at me. Then he's pulling me into his arms, kissing me with a fervour that steals my breath. It's claiming and celebratory all at once, his joy bleeding through the bond and mixing with my own tentative happiness. When we finally break apart, both of us breathing hard, he rests his forehead against mine. You won't regret this, he murmurs. I swear to you, Senna, I'll spend every day proving you made the right choice. I believe him. God's help me, I actually believe him.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 15. Lorinth. The Temple District sits in the heart of New Solus, where the marble spires gleam white against the endless blue sky, and the air itself seems to hum with residual magic. I guide Senna through the winding streets, my hand firm on her lower back, feeling the nervous flutter of her pulse through our incomplete bond. She's dressed in one of my shirts, a simple linen thing that hangs to mid-thigh on her smaller frame, and a pair of trousers we had to roll several times at the ankles. Not exactly temple-appropriate attire, but we'll fix that after. I couldn't wait any longer. If she notices the curious glances from passers-by, Zaphan nobles and merchants who like to look down on others, she doesn't show it. Just keeps her eyes forward, chin up, like she's steeling herself for battle. Brave. Even now, after everything, she's so brave. The Temple of Solus rises before us, all soaring columns and arched doorways carved with prayers in the old tongue. Sunlight catches on the gold inlay, making the whole structure glow. I've been here twice more this year than I go most. I hate crowds, hate the pageantry of it all. But this feels different. This feels right. I push open the heavy wooden doors and guide Senna inside. The interior is cooler, quieter, with shafts of colored light streaming through stained glass windows to paint patterns on the polished floor. The scent of incense hangs in the air, something floral and sweet that makes my head feel lighter. Lorinth! Sarai appears from behind one of the massive stone pillars, white wings spread wide as she practically bounces toward us. Her pale gold skin seems to glow in the filtered sunlight, and those unsettling white irises fix on us with unmistakable glee. And you brought... She stops short when she sees Senna, her grin widening. Oh, the pendant found her. I knew it would. I knew it. It did. I nod, keeping my hand on Senna's back, grounding her. We want to complete the bond. Sarai's entire face lights up like I've just told her she's won every nodal in New Solus. Yes, oh yes. I could feel it the moment you walked through those doors. The bond is there, waiting, aching to be sealed. She clasps her hands together, prayer beads clinking. When? Now. We should do it now. I glance down at Senna. She's looking up at me with those storm-gray eyes, softer now than they were at my house. Not afraid, exactly, but uncertain, timidly excited, like she's testing the edges of this new reality and isn't sure if it'll hold. Something in my chest tightens. I don't want her timid. Don't want her uncertain or afraid or looking at me like she's waiting for the other boot to drop. I want her happy. Want her to know, bone deep and without question, that I won't hurt her, that I don't want to own her or control her or cage her the way that trash in the village did. I want her safe, protected, free. Senna? I keep my voice gentle. You ready? She takes a breath, steadying herself, and nods. Yes. Sarai makes a delighted sound and gestures for us to follow. Come, come. We'll do it in the sanctuary. It's quieter there, more private. The bond ceremony doesn't require witnesses, just the two of you and Solus's blessing. She leads us deeper into the temple, through a series of corridors lined with murals depicting the god Solus in various forms, sometimes winged, sometimes wreathed in flame, always radiating light. Finally, we emerge into a circular chamber with a dome ceiling that seems to open directly to the sky. Sunlight pours down in a concentrated beam, illuminating a raised platform at the center. Here. Sarai gestures to the platform. Stand there facing each other. Hold hands. I step up first, then turn to offer Senna my hand. She takes it without hesitation this time, her fingers small and warm in mine as I pull her up beside me. We turn to face each other, and the sunlight catches in her dark curls, making them gleam like polished obsidian. Damn, she's beautiful. Sarai moves to stand just outside the circle of light, her wings folding neatly behind her. The bond is already forming between you. I can see it, a silver thread connecting your souls. All we're doing now is sealing it, making it permanent, unbreakable. She looks at me, then Senna. Are you both willing? Freely given? Freely accepted? Yes, I say immediately. Senna's voice is quieter, but no less certain. Yes. Sarai smiles and begins to chant. The words are in the old tongue, ancient and lyrical, rolling off her tongue like music. I don't understand most of it, but I catch phrases here and there. Souls intertwined, life to life, light to light. Her hands begin to glow, not the harsh, burning gold of combat magic, but something softer, warmer, like captured sunlight given form. She raises them, palms out, and the glow intensifies until it's almost blinding. Then I feel it. The bond in my chest, that tight, insistent ache, pulls. Not painful, but undeniable. Like something essential is being drawn out of me and toward Senna. I gasp, my grip on her hands tightening, and see her eyes widen as she feels it too. Sarai's magic extends from her palms in twin threads of light, one reaching for me, one for Senna. They touch our chests, just over our hearts, and sink in. The sensation is indescribable. It's not pain, not pleasure. It's everything. A rush of emotion and sensation so overwhelming I can barely process it. I feel Senna's fear, her hope, her tentative joy all tangled together with something deeper, something that feels like me. Like my soul is reaching out and finding hers, wrapping around it, intertwining until I can't tell where I end, and she begins. The threads of light connect between us now, glowing silver white as they bridge the space between our hearts. I watch, transfixed, as they pulse once, twice, then sink into our skin. The bond snaps into place. I stagger, would have fallen if Senna hadn't been holding on to me just as tightly. The ache in my chest is gone, replaced by something whole and perfect and right. Like a piece I didn't know was missing has finally slotted home. I can feel her. Not just the echo of her emotions anymore, but her. Her presence, warm and steady in the back of my mind. Her heartbeat, syncing with mine. Her soul, bound to mine so completely that nothing, not distance, not death, not the gods themselves, could ever truly separate us. Sarai lowers her hands, the glow fading. She's smiling, soft and knowing. It's done. I can't look away from Senna. Her eyes are wide, lips parted in wonder as she stares back at me. I know she feels it too. This completeness, this rightness. The bond thrums between us, content and satisfied in a way it hasn't been since the moment we met. Lorenth, she breathes. I pull her into my arms, crushing her against my chest as I bury my face in her hair. She fits perfectly, like she was made for this. Made for me. Mine. She's mine now. Legally, magically, irrevocably mine. And I'm hers. The realization should terrify me. I've spent my entire life avoiding exactly this kind of entanglement, but all I feel is relief. Like I've been holding my breath for 32 years and can finally exhale. Thank you, I murmur against her hair, though I'm not sure if I'm talking to Senna or Sarai or Solus himself. Sarai laughs, the sound bright and musical. The bond thanks you. It's been trying to bring you together since the moment your souls recognized each other. She tilts her head, white irises gleaming. Now go. Live. Love. Let the bond settle. I pull back just enough to look at Senna. You okay? She nods, a real smile breaking across her face for the first time since I've known her. Not a tentative one or a shy one, but something genuine and radiant. Yes, I'm okay. More than okay, if the warmth flooding through the bond is any indication. I brush my thumb over her cheek, marveling at how soft her skin is, how perfectly her face fits in my hand. Come on, let's get you out of my clothes and into something that actually fits. The boutique district sits just west of the temple quarter, where merchant stalls give way to proper shops with glass windows and hand-painted signs. I guide Senna through the streets, my hand never leaving her back, hyper-aware of every glance thrown our way. Most are curious, A human woman walking beside a Xaphen noble isn't exactly common in this part of the city. A few are disdainful, nobles wrinkling their noses like Senna's presence offends them. Those ones get a look that makes them remember exactly who I am and what I'm capable of. No one looks down on my mate. Not now. Not ever. Senna seems to notice but doesn't comment, just keeps pace beside me, her storm gray eyes taking in everything with that same wide-eyed wonder she had at the masquerade, like she's seeing the world for the first time. Maybe she is. How long has she been trapped in that God's forsaken village? I steer her toward a shop with elegant script on the window. Silken Threads. It's one of the nicer boutiques, catering to nobles and wealthy merchants, but I've bought gifts for Laura here before, and the proprietor knows better than to turn away business. A bell chimes as we enter. The interior is all polished wood and plush carpets, with racks of dresses and tunics and trousers organized by color. A female Xaphen with copper wings looks up from behind the counter, her expression shifting from professional courtesy to barely concealed surprise when she sees Senna. Lord Varian. She recovers quickly, dipping into a shallow bow. How may I assist you today? My mate needs clothing. I keep my voice level, but there's steel underneath. Everything. Day dresses, evening gowns, tunics, trousers, undergarments, shoes. Whatever she wants. The proprietor's eyebrows rise fractionally at the word mate, but she's smart enough not to comment. Of course. Right this way, my lady. Senna glances up at me, and I can feel her uncertainty through the bond, like she's not sure she deserves this, not sure it's real. I lean down, brushing my lips against her temple. Pick whatever you want, I'll take care of you. She swallows hard, nods, and follows the proprietor toward the racks. I stay back, watching as the woman pulls out dress after dress for Senna's inspection. She holds up a deep blue gown, then a forest green one, then something in wine red that would look incredible against her brown skin. Senna touches the fabric like it might disappear if she's not careful. Gentle. Reverent. How long has it been since anyone bought her something nice? The thought makes my jaw clench. The bastard in the village had her for years and treated her like property, like something to own and control and hurt. Never once thought to make her happy. Never once looked at her the way I'm looking at her now, like she's the most important thing in the room. Screw him. He's nothing. And if he ever comes near her again, I'll make sure he understands exactly what happens to people who hurt what's mine. Senna emerges from behind a curtain in the wine-red dress, and my breath catches. It fits her perfectly, tailored to her slim frame, cinching at the waist before flowing down to brush the floor. The neckline is modest but flattering, and the color makes her skin glow like polished bronze. She looks... Gods. She looks like she belongs in a palace. Like royalty. What do you think? She does a small turn, the skirt swirling around her legs. Perfect. The word comes out rough. You're perfect. A blush creeps across her cheeks, and I feel her pleasure through the bond, warm and sweet and a little shy. We'll take it, I tell the proprietor without looking away from Senna. And the green one, and anything else she wants. By the time we leave, I've spent nearly 50 nodals, and Senna is wearing the wine-red dress with new leather boots and a cream-colored cloak. The rest will be delivered to my townhouse later tonight. She's quiet as we walk, but not uncomfortable. Just processing. I can feel it through the bond, this tentative happiness, like she's testing whether it's allowed. Hungry? I ask. She looks up, startled. Yes, actually. Good. I want to feed her. Want to spoil her. Want to give her everything that bastard never did. I steer her toward the market quarter, where the smell of roasting meat and fresh bread fills the air. Street vendors call out their wares, spiced tusk ram on skewers, fried dough dusted with sugar, candied fruit that gleams like jewels. Senna's eyes go wide, darting from stall to stall like she can't decide what to look at first. Pick something, I tell her. She bites her lip. I don't know what half of these things are. Right. She's been stuck in a human village her whole life. Probably never had anything more exotic than bread and stew. I guide her to a stall selling candied Nyman beans, sweet and rich, with a hint of spice. The vendor, a gorgon with emerald scales, offers us a sample, and Senna's face lights up when she tastes it. Oh, she covers her mouth, eyes widening. That's... wow. I buy her an entire bag. We move through the market like that, stopping at every stall that catches her interest. I get her fried dough from a satyr vendor, roasted brimbark from a fey merchant, and a cup of something cold and fizzy that makes her laugh when the bubbles tickle her nose. She's smiling, really genuinely smiling, and it does something dangerous to my chest. This is what I wanted. This lightness, this joy. I want her to look at me the way she did at the masquerade, like I'm someone worth knowing, someone worth choosing. Not because the bond forced her to, but because she wants to. We end up at a small restaurant tucked between two larger buildings, with tables spilling out onto the cobblestone street and lanterns strung overhead. It's late afternoon now, the sun starting its descent toward the horizon, and the golden light makes everything look softer. I pull out a chair for Senna, and she sits, smoothing her new dress with a self-conscious gesture that makes me want to kiss her until she forgets to be nervous. A server appears, a woman with nymph heritage with violet skin and pointed ears, and I order for both of us. Roasted zarin with herbs, fresh bread, and a bottle of wine that I can't wait to see her try. Senna watches me over the rim of her glass when it arrives, those storm-gray eyes thoughtful. What? I lean back in my chair, wings shifting behind me. This is... She gestures vaguely at the restaurant, the market, the city spread out around us. This is a lot. You deserve a lot. She shakes her head, but she's smiling. I've barely known you more than a day. Doesn't matter. I reach across the table, catching her hand in mine. The bond chose us. I chose you. And I'm going to spend every day proving that was the right choice. Her fingers tighten around mine. You already have. The bond pulses between us, warm and content, and I feel her attraction like a physical thing. Not just the remnants of last night's passion, but something deeper. Real. She wants me. Wants this. Wants us. And damn, that feels good. The food arrives and we eat slowly, talking about nothing and everything. She tells me about growing up in the village, about her parents dying when she was young, about her uncle selling her off like livestock to settle a debt. I tell her about Laura, about my bakeries, about how much I hate crowds and social politics. She laughs at that, light and musical, a sound I want to bottle and keep forever. I'm still shocked you came to the masquerade, she teases. Wait till you meet my sister. I grimace. She wouldn't let it go. Kept saying I needed to get out more, meet people. I thought I wouldn't make it the hour I promised her. And you stayed all night. Because of you. I brush my thumb over her knuckles. The moment I saw you, I knew I wasn't leaving without you. She ducks her head, that blush creeping back across her cheeks. You didn't even see my face. Didn't need to. I felt it. Here. I press my free hand over my heart. The bond. Like something in me recognized something in you. She meets my eyes and there's no fear in them now. Just warmth, affection, trust. I felt it too, she admits quietly. I thought I was going crazy. Not crazy, just faded. We finish eating as the sun sets, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Senna leans back in her chair, wine-flushed and relaxed in a way I haven't seen her before. Happy. This can work, I realize. This strange, impossible thing between us. It can actually work. The bond thrums its agreement, settling deeper into my chest like it's been waiting for me to catch up. I signal that we are done and stand, offering Senna my hand. Come on, let's go home. She takes it without hesitation, rising gracefully in her new dress. Home, she repeats, testing the word. I like the sound of that. So do I.
Chapter 16. Senna. I wake to pleasure rolling through me in waves, disorienting and overwhelming and perfect.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Only then does he pull back. He looks up at me from between my thighs, golden-ringed eyes dark with satisfaction, and grins. Good morning. I can't form words yet, can barely breathe. Just stare at him, with what I'm sure is a completely dazed expression, while my heart hammers against my ribs. He crawls up my body, all predatory grace, and captures my mouth in a kiss that tastes like me. I was dying for a taste, he murmurs against my lips. Woke up with you pressed against me and couldn't help myself. I'm not complaining. My voice comes out breathy, wrecked. His grin widens. Good. He settles his weight over me, one hand sliding up to cup my breast while the other braces beside my head. I can feel how hard he is through the thin fabric of his sleep pants, can feel the barely leashed desire humming through the bond. This is what mornings should be like, lazy and warm and safe, not rushing to escape before someone hurts me, not tiptoeing around eggshells and bracing for impact. With Laurent, I don't have to hide, don't have to shrink myself down or swallow my voice or pretend I don't want this. He looks at me like I'm precious, like I'm his, and I am. The bond settled in my chest yesterday, a constant warm presence that whispers mine, mine, mine every time I look at him. I never thought I could have this, never thought anyone would touch me with gentleness instead of cruelty, that someone would care about my pleasure, would want to make me feel good just because they could. Darian never. I push the thought away before it can take root. I won't let him ruin this, won't let the memory of his hands on me, his voice in my ear, poison what I have with Laurent. This is mine. This happiness, this safety, this bond. It's all mine, and I'm going to hold on to it with both hands. Laurent leans down, trailing kisses along my jaw. What are you thinking about? How different this is. I run my fingers through his hair, marvelling at how soft it is. How you make me feel. How's that? Cherished. The word slips out before I can stop it, vulnerable and raw. His eyes soften. You are. You're my mate, Senna, my everything, and I'm going to spend every day proving... A shout from downstairs cuts him off. We both freeze. Laurent! I know you're home! Don't you dare ignore me! The voice is female, bright and musical, and completely unbothered by the early hour. I scramble backward, grabbing for the sheet to cover myself, my heart suddenly hammering for entirely different reasons. Who is that? Did Laurent have someone before we met? Someone who thinks they still have a claim on him? The bond twists anxiously in my chest, and Laurent must feel it because he sits up with a heavy sigh, running both hands through his mussed hair. Damn, that doesn't help. Who? My sister. He swings his legs out of bed, grabbing a pair of pants from the floor. I should have known she'd show up eventually. She's got bad timing. Relief floods through me so fast I feel dizzy. His sister? Of course. I knew he had one. He mentioned her yesterday. But hearing that unfamiliar female voice made my stomach drop straight through the floor. Old habits, old fears. Stay here, Laurent says, pulling the pants on. I'll get rid of her. Laurent Varian, if you make me wait down here, I'm coming up. He grimaces. Or not. Give me 2 minutes. He disappears out the door, wings tucked tight to fit through the frame, and I hear his footsteps on the stairs. Then that bright voice again, closer now that he's downstairs. There you are. I've been calling your name for... Oh my gods, are those fresh marks on your neck? Laura, you bonded. You actually did it. A squeal that makes me wince. I knew you'd find her at the masquerade. I knew it. I should get dressed. Should make myself presentable before... Where is she? I want to meet her. My stomach drops again. I scramble out of bed, grabbing the wine-red dress from yesterday and pulling it on with shaking hands. The fabric tangles around my legs, and I nearly trip trying to step into it. Deep breaths. His sister. Just his sister who probably wants to make sure I'm not some... She's upstairs and you're not barging in on her. Laurent's voice carries up the stairs, exasperated but fond. Gods, can you not... I'm not barging, I'm visiting. There's a difference. You broke into my house. The door was unlocked. I edge toward the stairs, trying to be quiet, trying to hear without being heard. The girl, Laura, sounds excited rather than angry. Not like she's here to throw me out or tell me I'm not good enough for her brother. Still, my hands won't stop shaking. Besides, Laura continues, and I can hear the grin in her voice. I'm your sister. I have every right to meet the woman who finally got you to settle down. You've been impossible for years, you know. Turning down every introduction, avoiding every festival, acting like the idea of a mate was some kind of prison sentence. It wasn't that bad. It was exactly that bad. You once told me you'd rather fight a Rono barehanded than attend another bonding ceremony. That's still true. She laughs, bright and warm. Well, too bad, because you're bonded now and I want to meet her. So where... Laura. His voice drops, serious now. She's been through a lot. Don't just be gentle, all right? A pause. When Laura speaks again, her voice has lost some of its manic energy. What happened? Not my story to tell. Just give her space. Let her come to you. I take a breath and force my feet to move. Down the stairs, one at a time, gripping the railing like it's the only thing keeping me upright. They're in the main room. Laurent stands with his arms crossed, still shirtless, his wings partially spread in what I'm starting to recognize as a defensive posture. And beside him, she's beautiful, tall and elegant, with silver black hair that falls in loose waves past her shoulders. Light blue wings edged with pale tips catch the morning light streaming through the windows. Her eyes are the same gold-ringed teal as Laurent's, but warmer somehow. Less guarded. Those sharp eyes find me immediately and her whole face lights up. Oh, you must be Senna. I nod, not trusting my voice yet. Laurent turns, his expression softening when he sees me. He crosses the room in 3 strides and pulls me against his side, one arm wrapping around my waist, claiming, protecting. Senna, this is my sister, Laura Leth. Laura, this is Senna, my mate. Pride. I can hear it in his voice, feel it through the bond, like he's showing off something precious. Laura beams. I'm so happy to meet you. I've been telling Laurent for years that he needed to find someone, and now... She clasps her hands together. Now he has, and you're bonded. This is perfect. I glance up at Laurent, uncertain, but he just shrugs. Told you she'd be excited. Excited? Laura scoffs. I'm ecstatic. Do you know how worried I've been? Watching him mope around the city for weeks, refusing to tell me what was wrong. I wasn't moping. You were absolutely moping. Don't even try to deny it. She turns back to me, eyes sparkling. So, Senna, I'm taking you to lunch. I blink. What? Lunch. You and me. Girl time. She waves a hand. Lorenth can go brood at his bakeries or whatever it is he does all day, and we can get to know each other properly. Laura, Lorenth starts, but she cuts him off. Don't Laura me. She's my sister now. I want to get to know her. She looks at me, expression softening. If that's all right with you, of course. I know I can be a lot. I should say no, should stay here where it's safe, where Lorenth can keep me protected from what? His sister. The thought is absurd. And there's something about Laura's open, genuine smile that makes me want to say yes, want to try. I miss Mira, miss having someone to talk to, someone who understands what it's like to be human in a world that doesn't always make space for us. Maybe this could be good. Maybe I could have this, a friend, a sister, a place in Lorenth's life that extends beyond just the two of us. I'd like that, I hear myself say. Lorenth's arm tightens around my waist. Senna. It's okay. I look up at him, trying to project confidence I don't quite feel. It'll be fine. He studies me for a long moment, those storm blue eyes searching mine. Then he nods slowly and pulls me toward the stairs. Give us a minute. Laura grins. Take your time. He guides me back up to the bedroom, shutting the door behind us. You don't have to do this if you're not ready. I know. And I do. He'd never force me. But I want to. She's your sister, and I swallow. I miss Mira. It might be nice to have someone to talk to. His expression softens. We'll find a way to fix that. Get Mira here if you want. She's important to you, so she's important to me. My chest tightens. When did I get so lucky? Thank you. He cups my face in both hands, thumbs brushing over my cheekbones. I can come with you. Keep an eye on things. She'll probably want to interrogate me about you, I point out. That'll be harder if you're there. A reluctant smile tugs at his mouth. Fair point. He leans down, capturing my lips in a kiss that makes my toes curl. I'll go check on the bakeries then. But if you need me, anything, I'll come immediately. Anyone in the city can tell you which stores are mine. I nod, warmth flooding through me. I understand. One more kiss, deeper this time, claiming, and then he pulls away to get dressed. I watch him move around the room, pulling on a shirt and boots, wings shifting to accommodate the fabric. Mine, he's mine. The thought still feels surreal. Laura takes me to a restaurant in the market district, all outdoor seating and flowering vines climbing the walls. The server, a satyr with curved horns, greets Laura by name and leads us to a table in the corner. I come here at least twice a week, Laura explains, settling into her chair across from me. They have the best honeyed bread. You have to try it. She orders for both of us, bread and roasted vegetables, and some kind of soup that smells incredible, and then turns those sharp eyes on me. So, tell me about yourself. I freeze, fingers tightening around my water glass. What do I even say? That I was sold to an abusive husband? That I spent years being hurt and controlled and treated like property? Laura must see something in my face because her expression softens. Or we can start with something easier. How did you meet my brother? That's better, safer. At the masquerade, I say quietly. Someone grabbed me and Lorenth stepped in. Heat creeps into my cheeks. We spent the night together. Laura's grin is wicked. I knew it. I knew sending him there would work. She leans forward, eyes sparkling. Was it romantic? Did he sweep you off your feet? He told me the whole thing was trash. She bursts out laughing. That sounds like him. Gods, he's such a grump. Her expression turns fond. But he's a good man, the best, really. He'll take care of you. I know. And I do. I can feel it through the bond, can see it in the way he looks at me. The food arrives and we eat in comfortable silence for a few minutes. Then Laura says, I have 2 children. Kaelin is 8 and Kova is 6, both absolute terrors who I love more than life itself. Laurent mentioned them. Did he? She looks delighted. He pretends to be all stoic and uninterested, but he's actually a wonderful uncle. Spoils them rotten whenever he gets the chance. She pauses. My mate is Varos. He's a merchant. Trades in textiles mostly. We've been bonded for 9 years now. 8 years. I can't even imagine. Can't fathom what it would be like to have that much time with someone who loves you. What's it like? The question slips out before I can stop it. The bond, I mean. Long term. Laura's smile turns soft. It's everything. Some days are hard. We fight. We disagree. He drives me absolutely insane. But I always know he's there. Always feel him at the back of my mind. This constant presence that grounds me. She touches her chest. It's like having a piece of someone's soul woven into yours. And it just gets stronger over time. Stronger. The thought makes something in my chest ache, but in a good way, like anticipation. Laurent will be good to you, Laura says quietly. He can be intense, and God knows he's overprotective, but he'll never hurt you. The bond won't let him. I nod, throat tight. I know. We talk through the rest of lunch, easy conversation about nothing important. She tells me about her children's latest escapades, about the festival season coming up, about how Laurent once accidentally set fire to her favourite dress when they were teenagers. I find myself laughing, actually laughing, free and unguarded in a way I haven't in years. This is what I wanted, what I've been missing. Just normalcy, friendship, a life that extends beyond survival. By the time we finish eating, I feel lighter, happier. Laura pulls me into a hug outside the restaurant, her wings wrapping around us both. I'm so glad Laurent found you, she murmurs, and I hope we can do this again soon. I'd like that. She pulls back, grinning. Good, because you're family now, which means you're stuck with me. Family. The word settles warm in my chest. We part ways at the corner. She's heading home to check on the children. I'm heading back to Laurent's townhouse, and I wave as she disappears into the crowd. The walk back is peaceful. The afternoon sun warms my skin, and the bond hums contentedly in my chest, a constant reminder that Laurent is out there somewhere, thinking of me. I'm nearly to the townhouse when the bond flares. Not with emotion, but with something else. Something sharp and warning. Before I can process it, someone grabs my arm and spins me around. My stomach drops. Darian. His pale eyes are cold as winter marble, his mouth twisted in that familiar, cruel line. He's dressed in travelling clothes, dust on his boots like he's been walking for hours. Found you, he says.
Chapter 17. Laurent. I'm going through inventory sheets when the bond yanks. Not the usual gentle pull of emotion or the warm press of Senna's presence at the back of my mind. This is sharp, violent, like someone hooked a line through my ribs and jerked hard enough to drag me sideways. My magic flares in response, instinctive and protective, reaching for her across the distance. And hits nothing. The bond goes silent. Not quiet. Silent. Like someone snuffed out a candle. Damn! I drop the papers, don't even look at the merchant I'd been talking to as I spin toward the door. My wings snap open, knocking over a display of honeyed bread that crashes to the floor behind me. Lord Varian! I don't answer. Can't. There's nothing in my head except the roaring panic. The absolute wrongness of not feeling her there. The bond has been a constant presence since yesterday. This warm, living thing that pulses with her emotions, her thoughts, her existence. And now there's just nothing. I hit the street at a dead run, Wings spread for balance as I dodge around pedestrians and carts. Someone shouts after me, but I'm already gone, pushing through the crowd with single-minded focus. Home. I need to get home. She went to lunch with Laura, but she should be back by now. Should be safe in the townhouse where I left her. The streets blur past. I don't remember deciding to fly, but suddenly I'm airborne. Wind whipping through my hair as I bank hard over the rooftops. Faster. Need to go faster. The bond is still silent. My magic claws at the emptiness, trying to force a connection, trying to find something, but it's like reaching into a void. She's there. I know she is. The bond doesn't break. Can't break unless one of us dies. But I can't feel her. Can't sense her emotions. Can't gauge her location. Can't tell if she's hurt or scared or... I land hard on the front steps of the townhouse, wings flaring to break my momentum. The door swings open under my hand and I'm inside, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Senna! Nothing. I tear through the bedroom. Empty bed. Yesterday's clothes still scattered on the floor. Bathroom. Empty. Study. Kitchen. Every room in this goddamned house. Empty. All of it. The panic morphs into something colder. Something with teeth. I force myself to stop. To breathe. To think. Laura took her to lunch. One of her usual places in the market district. But which one? There are half a dozen cafes she rotates through, and I don't know which she picked today. Fine. I'll check them all. I'm back in the air before the thought fully forms, diving low over the market quarter. The first cafe, outdoor seating, flowering vines, is packed with the afternoon crowd. I scan every table, every face, looking for silver-black hair or wine-red fabric. Not there. Second cafe, third, fourth, nothing. No sign of either of them. My wings ache from the tight turns, the constant acceleration and braking, but I don't slow down. Can't. Every second that passes with the bond silent is another second she could be hurt, could be... No, not going there. She's fine. She has to be fine. I bank hard toward the residential quarter, toward Laura's house. It's a longer flight, but I push harder, faster, until the wind screams past and my flight feathers burn from the strain. Laura's house comes into view. 2 stories, painted shutters, a garden out front where Kova likes to dig holes. I don't bother with the front door, just drop straight into the courtyard and slam through the side entrance. Laurenth? Laura appears in the hallway. Her eyes widen. What? Where is she? What? Senna, where is she? Laura's expression shifts from surprised to concerned. At your house? We finished lunch over an hour ago. She said she was heading straight back. She's not there. The words come out harsh, sharp enough that Kalen peeks his head out of his room. I don't care. Can't make myself care about anything except the cold certainty settling in my gut. Laura turned Kalen around and shoos him toward the other room. What do you mean she's not there? I mean, I just tore through every room in my house and she's not there, Laura. I drag both hands through my hair, wings mantling with barely contained violence. The bond went silent. I can't feel her, can't sense her location. Something's wrong. Okay, let's think about this. She crosses to me, hands raised like she's approaching a spooked Zarin. Did you check the market? Maybe she stopped somewhere on the way home. I checked. She's not there. Then maybe... the pendant. The thought cuts through the panic like a blade. The pink crystal Sarai gave me, tied to my magic, designed to lead me straight to Senna no matter where she is. I left it at home, in my study, on the desk where I tossed it after finding her the first time. I'm moving before Laura can finish her sentence, back through the door and into the air. She calls after me, but I'm already gone, wings driving me forward with brutal efficiency. The flight back to the townhouse takes minutes that feel like hours. Every second the bond stays silent is another second my magic tries to claw its way out of my skin, tries to find her through sheer force of will. I crash through the study window rather than waste time with the door. Glass shatters around me, cutting shallow lines across my forearms that I barely feel. My magic reacts without thought, healing me and cleaning up the glass. But I'm focused on only one thing. The pendant sits exactly where I left it, small and pink and pulsing with faint light. I grab it, close my fist around the smooth crystal, and push my magic into it. The response is immediate. The pendant flares bright, warm against my palm, and then tugs. Not toward the market, not toward Laura's house. Out of the city entirely. Toward the human villages to the west. My blood goes cold. She went back. Either by choice or by force. She went back to that goddamn village where her trash husband... The thought cuts off as rage floods in to replace the panic. Hot and vicious and absolute. If he touched her, if he so much as looked at her wrong... I'm airborne again before the thought finishes, the pendant clutched tight enough that the edges dig into my palm. It pulls me west, a steady tug that strengthens as I get closer. The city falls away beneath me. Rolling hills, patches of forest, the dirt road that connects New Solas to the smaller settlements. I follow the pendant's pull, flying faster than I've ever flown, until my lungs burn and my wings scream in protest. Don't care. She needs me. The bond might be silent, but that doesn't mean she's not in danger. Doesn't mean she's not hurt or scared or... The village comes into view. Small cluster of buildings, maybe 24 houses total, surrounded by farmland and grazing fields. I scan for her as I descend, searching for wine-red fabric or dark curls or anything. The pendant yanks hard to the left. I bank, following its pull toward the edge of the village. There's a house there, small, run down, with peeling paint and a sagging roof. The blacksmith's house. Has to be. I land hard enough to crack the ground beneath my boots, wings flaring wide as I straighten. The pendant burns against my palm, pulsing in time with my racing heart. She's here. Somewhere in this god's-forsaken place. She's here. And if that bastard has hurt her, if he's laid one finger on what's mine, I'm going to paint the walls with his blood.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 18. Senna. The ground bites into my knees, cold and hard through the thin fabric of my dress. My hands are bound behind my back with coarse rope that cuts into my wrists with every slight movement. I can't feel Lorenth. That's the worst part. Not the bruises blooming across my ribs where Darian dragged me from the carriage. Not the raw ache in my throat from where he forced that vile liquid down, holding my jaw until I had no choice but to swallow. Not even the crowd gathering in the village square, their faces curious and judgmental and eager for the spectacle. It's the silence where the bond should be. The emptiness feels wrong. Like someone carved out part of my chest and left a hole that won't stop bleeding. I reach for Lorenth instinctively, searching for that warm pulse of his presence. But there's only void. Nothing. Just the lingering burn of whatever Darian made me drink. Look at her. Darian's voice carries across the square, loud and righteous. He circles me like a predator, boots crunching on packed dirt. My wife, the woman I took in, fed, clothed, protected. My throat throbs where his fingers dug in earlier, holding me still while he pried my jaw open and poured that bitter liquid down. I can still taste it, metallic and wrong, coating my tongue like oil. And what does she do? He stops in front of me, blocking out the afternoon sun. Runs off to spread her legs for some zaffan, like a common woman. The crowd murmurs. I don't look up. Can't. My vision swims from the beating in the carriage, from the fist he drove into my stomach when I tried to fight back. I gave her everything. His hand fists in my hair, yanking my head back until I'm forced to meet his eyes, pale and cold and utterly devoid of mercy. And she repays me with betrayal. The rope digs deeper as I try to brace myself. The bond stays silent, empty, and I hate it. Hate that I can't feel Laurent, can't sense if he knows something's wrong, can't tell if he's looking for me, or if the severed connection means he thinks I abandoned him. She's mine. Darian's grip tightens until tears prick my eyes. Not from emotion, just pain. Clearly she's forgotten that. He shoves my head forward, releasing my hair to step back. So I'm going to remind her. Remind all of you what happens when someone forgets their place. The first blow catches me across the cheekbone. My head snaps to the side, stars exploding across my vision. I taste blood, copper and salt mixing with the lingering bitterness of whatever he forced down my throat. The crowd doesn't react, doesn't intervene. Of course they don't. They never have. The second blow lands in my ribs, right where he already hit me in the carriage. Something gives with a sharp crack that steals my breath. I curl forward instinctively, trying to protect myself, but the rope keeps my hands pinned. You think some zaffan wants you? Darian circles again, each word punctuated with another strike. Stomach, shoulder, the side of my head. You think you're special? That you're worth more than what I paid for you? My mind splinters. Part of me is here, kneeling in the dirt while my husband beats me like an animal. The other part reaches desperately for the bond, for Laurent, for any sign that this emptiness isn't permanent. Nothing. I can't feel him. Can't sense anything except the void where he should be. A boot connects with my side, and I collapse fully, my cheek hitting the ground. The packed dirt smells like dust and old blood. Probably mine, from other times Darian decided I needed to be taught a lesson. Where's Mira? The thought drifts through the haze of pain. Please let her be out on courier business. Please don't let her see this. She always told me to run, to get away before it got worse. I should have listened. Another kick, another. The crowd watches in silence, complicit in their stillness. This is what I feared, what I always knew would happen if I tried to leave. Darian wouldn't just hurt me. He'd make an example of me. Make sure everyone knew what happens to women who forget their place. Laurent. His name echoes through my mind like a prayer. Or maybe a curse. I bonded him, tied him to me. And for what? So he could feel this. So he could suffer through whatever connection might remain even with this poison blocking the bond. I hate that I did that to him. Hate that I let myself believe, even for a moment, that I could have something different. Something better. Darian's hand fists in my hair again, dragging me upright. My ribs scream in protest. That crack from earlier definitely a break. Blood drips from my split lip, warm against my chin. Still nothing to say? He backhands me, rings cutting into my cheek. No apology, no begging. I don't answer. Can't form words past the pain radiating through every nerve. The bond stays silent. The void where Laurent should be aches worse than any of the bruises blooming across my skin. Darian raises his fist again. Touch her one more time. The voice cuts through the square like a blade. Low and lethal and so familiar that my heart stutters. No, it can't be. I can't feel him through the bond, which means... My head snaps up. Laurent stands at the edge of the crowd, wings spread wide and eyes blazing with a fury I've never seen before. Not even when he confronted Darian the first time. This is different. This is the controlled violence of a weapon finally unleashed. Magic crackles in the air around him, visible as pale blue lightning that dances across his wings and fingertips. The temperature drops 10 degrees. The crowd scatters, stumbling over themselves to get away from the sheer rage rolling off him in waves. Darian's grip on my hair falters. Just for a second. Just long enough for Laurent to close the distance between them. He doesn't run, doesn't fly. Just stalks forward with the measured precision of a predator who knows his prey has nowhere to go. I said. Laurent's hand shoots out, catching Darian by the throat and lifting him clean off the ground. Touch her one more time. I dare you. Darian claws at Laurent's grip, feet kicking uselessly. She's my wife. Laurent's smile is all teeth. No warmth, just promise of violence. Property? He slams Darian into the ground hard enough to crack stone. Mine to do with as I please? Each word is punctuated with another impact. Darian's back hits the packed earth over and over, his protests devolving into choked gasps. Laurent's eyes find mine, storm blue and ringed with gold, and asking a silent question. I think of every bruise, every broken bone, every night spent wondering if this would be the time Darian killed me, every moment of fear and pain and desperate hopelessness. I nod. It's tiny, barely perceptible. But Laurent sees it, and then he lets go completely. The magic that's been crackling around him explodes outward, not wild, not uncontrolled. This is deliberate, precise, the kind of violence that comes from centuries of discipline turned toward a single purpose. Darian tries to scramble away, but Laurent pins him with one boot to the chest. The sickening crunch of ribs breaking echoes across the silent square. You like beating things weaker than you? Laurent crouches, one hand still wreathed in that pale lightning. Let's see how you handle someone who can fight back. He drives his fist into Darian's face. Once, twice. The third time something gives with a wet crack. Blood sprays across the dirt, dark and viscous. Darian gurgles, trying to speak, but Laurent doesn't stop, doesn't slow. Each blow is calculated for maximum damage, shattering bone, pulping flesh, turning my husband's cruel face into something unrecognizable. You choked her. Laurent's hand closes around Darian's throat, lightning arcing from his palm into skin. The smell of burning flesh fills the air. So I'll crush yours. Darian's hands scrabble weakly at Laurent's wrist. His face purples, eyes bulge, veins stand out like cords. Laurent squeezes tighter. You broke her ribs. He shifts his grip, dragging Darian upright only to slam him down again. Another sickening crack. So I'll shatter every bone in your goddamned body. The magic intensifies, crawling over Darian's torso like living things. Wherever it touches, bones snap. First the ribs, then the collarbone, shoulders, arms, each break accompanied by Darian's increasingly desperate attempts to scream past his crushed windpipe. You tied her up. Laurent grabs Darian's wrist, twisting until the joint dislocates with a pop. Then the other. Made her helpless. He works methodically down both arms, breaking every finger, every knuckle, every joint. Darian convulses, mouth opening and closing like a fish drowning in air. You made her kneel. Laurent moves to Darian's legs, that terrible precision never wavering. So you'll never stand again. The knees go first, then ankles, the small bones of the feet, each one crushed beneath Laurent's boot or magic or bare hands. Darian's screams have devolved into wet rattling sounds, blood bubbling from his lips. The crowd hasn't moved, can't move. They're frozen by the same magic that fills the air thick enough to choke on. And you made her bleed. Laurent straightens, looking down at the broken thing that used to be my husband. So I'll paint this entire goddamned square with yours. His hand plunges into Darian's chest. Not metaphorically, not gently. His fingers punch through skin and muscle and bone like they're paper, burying themselves in Darian's ribcage. Darian convulses, blood fountains from his mouth, his nose, the wounds covering his ruined body. Lorenth's expression doesn't change, doesn't soften. He just watches, clinical and cold, as he slowly closes his fist around what has to be Darian's heart. "This is what happens," he says quietly, though his voice carries across the silent square. "When you touch what's mine." He squeezes. Darian's eyes go wide, then empty. Lorenth rips his hand free in a spray of blood and viscera, letting Darian's corpse collapse into the dirt. The heart, still clutched in his fist, continues to beat weakly for several seconds before finally going still. He drops it beside the body. Then he turns to me.
Chapter 19. Lorenth. The blood on my hands still steams in the cold air. I drop to my knees beside her, reaching out but stopping short, terrified that I'll hurt her worse, that my magic is still too volatile, that I'm covered in gore, and she's already been through enough. My hands shake, actual tremors running through fingers that just crushed a man's heart. Senna. Her name comes out rough, broken. Gods, She crawls into my arms before I can finish. The impact of her small body against mine nearly undoes me. She's trembling, tears cutting tracks through the blood and dirt on her face, and the bond is still muted. Just this faint whisper, where there should be a roar, like trying to hear through water, through walls, through whatever poison Darian forced down her throat. My magic flares instinctively, reaching for her injuries. I've worked on this since my parents died, spent years honing the healing aspect that most Xaphen ignore in favor of destruction. Never thought I'd need it like this. Never imagined I'd be kneeling in a village square, covered in another man's blood while trying to piece together the woman who's supposed to be mine. The cut on her cheekbone closes first, then the bruises around her wrists where the rope bit deep. I can feel the broken rib. Gods, he broke her rib, and I pour more magic into it, knitting bone back together with shaking precision. She gasps against my chest as the healing takes hold. Not pain, just the strange sensation of flesh mending too fast, of damage being reversed in seconds instead of weeks. I was so scared. The confession rips out of me while my magic works, hands pressed to her sides where the worst of the bruising darkens her skin. When the bond went silent, I thought, I didn't know what happened. Couldn't find you. Couldn't feel you. The bruises on her ribs fade from purple to yellow to nothing. Her split lip heals. The swelling around her eye recedes until I can see storm gray clearly again. I'm sorry. My forehead drops to hers, magic still crackling between us as I search for any injury I might have missed. I should have kept you safe. Should have made sure he could never... You're here now. Her voice is hoarse, wrecked from screaming or crying or both. You found me. Yeah. After she'd already been beaten. After she'd already been dragged through the village like a criminal. After every single person in this goddamn square stood by and watched. The rage that's been simmering since I saw her kneeling in the dirt surges back. My head snaps up, eyes finding the crowd still frozen at the square's edges. They haven't moved, haven't run, just standing there like spectators at a show. A snarl tears from my throat. You watched. Magic pulses outward from my wings, making the air shimmer with heat. Several people stumble backward. Good. They should be afraid. You stood here and watched while he beat her. The nearest man, old, weathered, probably thinks himself respectable, opens his mouth, closes it. Smart. She was screaming. My voice drops lower, colder, the kind of tone that precedes violence. Bleeding. And not one of you did a goddamn thing. A woman near the back clutches her child closer. The boy can't be more than 6, eyes wide as he stares at Darian's corpse, at the blood, at me. I don't care. I should kill every single one of you. The threat hangs in the air, heavy as smoke. Raise this entire village to ash. Make you all understand what it feels like to be helpless while someone hurts you. My wings spread wider, casting shadows across the square. Lightning arcs between the primary feathers, pale blue and lethal. The temperature drops another 10 degrees. Frost creeps across the packed dirt, spreading outward from where I kneel. Lorinth. Senna's hand touches my face, turning me back to her. Her fingers are still trembling, but her touch is gentle, grounding. They aren't worth it. She swallows, throat working around what has to be pain. Please, I just want to go home. Home. Not to Mira's apartment that was once her safety. Not to some temporary refuge. Home. My home. Where she woke in my arms this morning and agreed to bond. Where we made love and talked about protection and permanence. She still wants that, even with the bond muted, even after everything that just happened. The realization hits harder than any physical blow. She's choosing me, not because magic demands it, not because some cosmic force tied us together, but because she wants to. The rage doesn't disappear, still simmers hot and vicious beneath my skin, but it settles. Banks like coals waiting to reignite. I gather Senna carefully, one arm beneath her knees and the other supporting her back. She weighs nothing. Less than nothing. Just this fragile, precious thing that I failed to protect. Never again. I rise to my full height, wings still spread, and let my voice carry across every corner of the square. Let it reach every house, every shop, every person who thought they could harm what's mine. Listen carefully. Magic amplifies the words, making them boom like thunder. No one comes near her. Ever. You don't speak to her. Don't look at her. Don't even think her God's damn name. The crowd shrinks back further. Several people drop to their knees. One woman is openly weeping. If anyone tries to follow her, tries to claim she owes them something, tries to suggest she should be punished for leaving. I bare my teeth in something that's definitely not a smile. I'll come back. And what I did to him, I jerk my chin toward Darian's broken corpse, will look like mercy compared to what I'll do to you. Frost continues spreading across the ground, creeping up the sides of buildings. Ice forms in sharp spikes wherever my magic concentrates, beautiful and deadly. She belongs to me now. The possessiveness in my tone would probably horrify anyone who doesn't understand what that means. But Senna just curls closer, face pressed to my chest. My mate, my wife in every way that actually matters. And I protect what's mine. One final pulse of magic, enough to shatter every window facing the square, to crack stone, to make the earth itself tremble. Remember this. I meet the eyes of everyone I can see, making sure they understand. Remember what happens when you cross me. Then I crouch slightly, muscles bunching as I prepare to launch skyward. Senna's arms tighten around my neck. I can feel her heartbeat against my chest, too fast, still frightened, but steady. Alive. The bond remains muted, but I don't need it right now. Don't need magical reassurance when I can feel her breathing, when her fingers dig into my shoulders like I'm the only solid thing in her world. My wings sweep down in one powerful stroke. We shoot into the sky. The village falls away beneath us. The square with its blood-stained dirt, the frozen crowd, Darian's corpse already attracting carrion birds. I don't look back. Don't care what happens next. Whether they burn the body or bury it or leave it to rot. All that matters is the woman in my arms. Wind screams past us as I climb higher, pushing through clouds until the village is just a smudge on the landscape below. Senna's grip never loosens. She doesn't look down either. Just keeps her face pressed to my chest, breath coming in short gasps that might be sobs or laughter or shock. My magic wraps around her automatically, shielding her from the worst of the cold, creating a pocket of warmth even as we slice through freezing air. The bond pulses faintly, still dampened but trying to reach through whatever blocks it. Soon, I promise silently, whatever they gave you will wear off and I'll feel you again. Until then, I have this. Have her weight in my arms, her trust, her choice. She chose me. Even broken and bleeding and terrified, she looked at me and asked to go home. To the place we'll build together. The life we'll carve out despite everything trying to tear us apart. The city appears on the horizon, New Solas with its gleaming spires and chaotic streets. My townhouse sits in the quieter quarter, far from the center but close enough to hear the city's pulse. 2 stories, 3 bedrooms, a study where I handle business I don't give a damn about right now, a kitchen where I made her breakfast this morning, a bed where I've had her over and over, a home where she's safe, where she'll always be safe. I angle toward it, wings cutting through air with desperate speed. Need to get her inside. Need to strip away these blood-stained clothes and wash away every trace of what happened. Need to feel the bond snap back into place and know for certain she's okay. Need to hear her say she still wants this. Wants me. That what we started this morning wasn't destroyed by violence and fear. Senna shifts in my arms, lifting her head slightly to look at my face. Tears still streak her cheeks, but her eyes are clearer. Focused. Thank you. The words are barely audible over the wind. For coming. For finding me. My throat closes around everything I want to say. That I'll always find her. Always come when she needs me. That there's no force in any realm that could keep me away if she's in danger. Instead, I just hold her tighter and fly faster, racing toward home.
Chapter 20. Senna. The world blurs beneath us, trees and roads and distant mountains reduced to smears of colour. I can't focus on any of it, can only focus on the steady thrum of Laurent's heartbeat beneath my ear, the iron grip of his arms around me, the heat of his magic wrapping us both against the brutal wind. I'm shaking, can't stop shaking. The bond sits quiet in my chest. Not gone, I can feel it there, this faint whisper of him that proves we're connected, but muted, dampened, like trying to hear music through thick walls. The absence is wrong. I've only had the bond for a handful of days, but it's already become part of me. This constant reassurance that I'm not alone, that someone wants me, chose me, and Darian stole that. My fingers dig harder into Laurent's shoulders. He doesn't flinch, just holds me tighter, wings beating with desperate speed as we race toward the city growing on the horizon. He came for me. Even when he couldn't feel the bond, even when that connection went silent and he had no way of knowing if I was alive or dead or hurt. He searched, found the pendant, flew to the village and tore through anyone who stood between us, killed Darian with his bare hands. The memory should horrify me, should make me recoil from the violence, from the blood still drying on Laurent's skin. But all I feel is this fierce, devastating relief. That someone finally put an end to it. That I don't have to be afraid anymore. That Laurent looked at me, beaten and bloodied in the village square, and still wanted me. New Solace spreads beneath us now, all gleaming spires and winding streets. Laurent angles toward the quieter residential quarter, wings tilting as he descends. His townhouse appears below, modest compared to the noble estates, but still bigger than anywhere I've ever lived. Home. The word echoes through my thoughts, strange and precious. I've never had a real home, just places I survived. Uncle's house where I was a burden, Darian's shop where I was property. Even Mira's apartment was temporary, somewhere safe to hide but never truly mine. This is different. Laurent lands in the small courtyard behind his townhouse, boots hitting stone with barely a sound despite our speed. He doesn't put me down, just adjusts his grip and heads for the back entrance, shouldering through the door like I weigh nothing. The warmth inside hits immediately, residual heat from the hearth, the lingering scent of this morning's breakfast. Evidence of the life we started building. The bond we formed in his bed, while dawn light streamed through the windows. Was that really only this morning? Feels like years, like I've lived an entire lifetime in the hours since I left to walk through the city with Laura. Laurent carries me straight through the kitchen, past the sitting room, up the stairs to the bedroom we shared last night. He sets me gently on the bed, our bed, and steps back, storm blue eyes scanning my face like he's searching for injuries his magic might have missed. "Are you okay?" The question is rough, edged with something that sounds like fear, like he's terrified I'll shatter if he looks away. I should answer, should tell him I'm fine, that the healing worked, that physically I'm better than I've been in months, but the words stick in my throat, because I'm not fine. My body might be healed, but I'm still shaking, still feel the phantom weight of the rope around my wrists, the sting of Darian's fist, the jeering crowd pressing closer. Still feel that awful silence where the bond should be. I reach for him instead. My fingers catch in the blood-stained fabric of his shirt, pulling him back before he can retreat further. He freezes, muscles going rigid beneath my touch. "Don't." My voice comes out hoarse, wrecked. "Don't go. I'm not—" He stops, jaw working around whatever he was about to say. "I'm right here." But he's too far away, standing when I need him closer, need to feel the solid reality of him, the proof that this isn't some fever dream conjured by pain and fear. "Please." The word breaks on my lips. I can't believe you came for me." Something shifts in his expression, softens and hardens simultaneously, like he's fighting between tenderness and rage. His hands come up to frame my face, thumbs brushing across cheekbones that should still be bruised. "Of course I came." He leans over me, one knee bracing on the mattress. "Did you think I wouldn't?" I don't know. The honesty tastes bitter. No one ever has before. Uncle certainly didn't when Darian first started getting rough. The village didn't when he dragged me home from Mira's that first time, fist raised. Even Mira, who I love, who tried to help, couldn't actually do anything except offer refuge in an apartment that was never truly safe. But Laurent didn't hesitate. He felt the bond go silent and tore the city apart looking for me. Found me. Destroyed the man who hurt me and promised violence to anyone who'd even think about following. Protected me the way no one ever has. My heart pounds against my ribs, this wild, desperate rhythm that has nothing to do with fear. The bond sits quiet, but this ache in my chest, this overwhelming need, is all mine. Not magic, not cosmic destiny. Just me wanting him with an intensity that steals breath. I chose him when we bonded, chose the protection and permanence he offered. But part of me, this small, damaged part that spent years learning not to hope, didn't quite believe it could last. That someone like Laurent could actually want someone like me. He proved me wrong. My hand lifts, fingers trembling as they trace the sharp line of his jaw. He's still covered in blood. Still has Darian's death written across his skin in rusty brown streaks. Should disgust me. Should make me flinch away from the violence he's capable of. Instead, I feel safe. I love you. The confession falls into the space between us, quiet but absolute. True in a way nothing else has been. Because this isn't the bond talking. Isn't magic forcing emotion I don't feel. This is mine. This terrifying, exhilarating certainty that I want him, choose him, would choose him again even if the bond vanished completely. Laurent goes utterly still. Then his face breaks into this wide, devastating smile. The kind I've never seen on him before, unguarded and bright and real. It transforms him from the controlled, disciplined warrior into something younger, lighter, beautiful. I fell in love with you that first night. My breath catches. At the festival. He shifts closer, both knees on the bed now, caging me in without trapping me. When you laughed at me for hating the moon masquerade. When you suggested we make the most of an hour even though you had no idea who I was or what I could offer you. His thumb traces my lower lip, careful of the split that's already healed. Bond or no bond, I wanted you. The words rumble through his chest, low and fierce. Spent 2 weeks going mad trying to find you. Would have searched every goddamned village on this continent if that's what it took. Lorenth. He kisses me before I can finish. It's nothing like the others we've shared. Nothing like the desperate passion in the garden during the festival, or the careful tenderness after we bonded. This is raw, claiming. His mouth slants over mine with bruising intensity, tongue sweeping past my lips like he needs to taste me. Confirm I'm real. Here. His. I kiss him back just as fiercely, my hands fist in his shirt, pulling him down until his weight presses me into the mattress. The solid reality of him grounds me, chases away the lingering fear, the phantom pain, the awful silence where the bond should roar. He groans against my mouth, the sound vibrating through both our bodies. One hand tangles in my hair, while the other braces beside my head, holding his full weight off me, even as he deepens the kiss. Like he's trying to devour me and protect me simultaneously. I arch up into him, needing more contact, more proof, more everything. The kiss breaks only when breathing becomes impossible. Lorenth pulls back just far enough to gasp air, forehead pressed to mine. His eyes are molten, storm blue gone dark with want and something deeper. Something that looks like the same devastating certainty currently tearing through my chest. Say it again. His voice is wrecked, desperate. Please. I love you. The words come easier this time. Still terrifying but true. I choose you. Bond or... He captures my mouth again, swallowing the rest of the sentence. This kiss is slower, thorough. His tongue slides against mine in lazy strokes that make heat pool low in my belly, chasing away the cold that's been sitting in my bones since Darian grabbed me. I melt into it, into him. Let the kiss consume everything else, the fear, the pain, the awful hours of thinking this might end before it truly began. Lorenth shifts above me, settling more fully between my thighs. The movement presses his hips to mine, and I can feel his hardness through the layers of fabric separating us. Evidence that he wants this, wants me, not because magic demands it, but because he chooses to. My hands release his shirt to slide up his chest, feeling the hard planes of muscle beneath blood-stained fabric. He shudders under my touch, breaking the kiss to trail his mouth along my jaw, down my throat, finding the hollow where my pulse races. Mine. The word is barely human, more growl than speech. My mate. My soul. Yes. I tilt my head back, giving him better access as his teeth scrape over sensitive skin. Not hard enough to hurt, just enough to mark, to claim. Yours. I breathe. His answering groan vibrates against my throat. Then he's kissing me again. Deep and possessive and absolutely devastating. Like he's trying to pour every ounce of feeling into the connection our mouths make since the bond between our souls sits muted. I kiss him back with everything I have. Every fear transformed to fierce want. Every doubt burned away by the certainty that this, him, us, whatever we're building together, is real. The bond might be silent, but I don't need it. Not when Lorenth kisses me like I'm the only thing keeping him tethered to earth. Not when his hands shake as they frame my face with devastating gentleness. Not when every touch, every breath, every whispered word confirms what I already know. He loves me, chose me, will keep choosing me no matter what tries to tear us apart.
Chapter 21. Lorenth. The bond sits quiet in my chest, this muted whisper where there should be roaring certainty. I hate it. Hate the silence, the distance, the inability to feel her the way I did this morning when we first connected. But she's here, in my arms, against my mouth, breathing and whole in mine. The physical reality of Senna pressed beneath me grounds the wild panic that's been clawing through my chest since the bond went silent. I can feel her heartbeat against mine, taste her on my tongue, hear the small sounds she makes when I deepen the kiss. It's not the bond, but it's enough. Has to be enough until I figure out how to fix whatever Darien forced down her throat. I try to gentle the kiss, try to pull back before I overwhelm her, before I take too much when she's already been through hell today. She just survived a beating. Just watched me kill a man. Should probably need space, time to process everything that happened. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
But for now, this is enough. She's here, safe, sated, in my arms where she belongs. Everything else can wait.
Chapter 22. Senna. The bond hums contentedly in my chest, this steady, reassuring presence that's been growing stronger every day since whatever Darien forced down my throat finally wore off. It's like having Lorenth's heartbeat layered over my own, this constant reminder that I'm not alone anymore. I lean against the counter, watching Lorenth dice vegetables with the kind of precision that suggests he's done this 1,000 times. His wings are partially unfurled, relaxed, the grey feathers catching the afternoon light streaming through the kitchen window. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of waking up in his arms. 3 weeks of exploring this beautiful, chaotic city. 3 weeks of feeling safe. You're staring. He doesn't look up from the cutting board, but there's amusement threading through his voice. Maybe I like what I'm seeing. That earns me a glance, golden-ringed eyes warming with something that makes heat curl low in my belly. Keep looking at me like that and we're not making it to dinner. I grin, turning back to the pot of broth simmering on the stove. The kitchen smells like zinthra and brimbark, the vegetables we picked up from the market this morning. Lorenth insisted on teaching me how to make proper stew. Apparently my first attempt last week was edible but tragic. His words, not mine. Stir that or it'll stick. He moves behind me, one hand settling on my hip while he reaches around to add the diced vegetables to the pot. The heat of his body against my back makes me lean into him automatically. This casual intimacy, this easy comfort in each other's space. I never knew it could be like this. The bond pulses with warm satisfaction, echoing the contentment spreading through my chest. Lorenth presses a kiss to my temple before moving back to the cutting board, and I can't help smiling as I stir the vegetables into the broth. Laura mentioned wanting to take you to the theatre district next week. He's slicing brimbark now, each cut precise. Some new performance she thinks you'll enjoy. She doesn't have to keep finding excuses to spend time with me, though I love that she does. Laura has become something like the sister I never had, warm and laughing and utterly shameless about interrogating me for embarrassing stories about Lorenth. She likes you. Simple, direct. Kova and Kaelin ask about you constantly. The mention of Laura's children makes warmth bloom in my chest. Kova with her endless questions about everything, Kalen with his quiet observations and unexpected wit. They're wonderful. I like them too. A sharp knock interrupts whatever Laurent might have said. He looks up, wings rustling with annoyance. Probably Laura. She knocked this time. I can't quite suppress my grin. Progress. His answering look is pure exasperation. Only because she walked in on us last week and got an eyeful she didn't ask for. My face heats at the memory. We'd been on the couch, very much occupied, and Laura had breezed through the front door without warning, taken one look at the scene, shrieked something about warning a sister, and backed right out again. She's knocked ever since. At least she learned. I stir the stew, trying not to laugh. Laurent mutters something unflattering about nosy siblings as he wipes his hands on a towel and heads toward the front door. I turn down the heat on the stew, letting it simmer while I move to start slicing the bread we bought this morning. The door opens. Laurent's voice carries back to the kitchen. If you're here to interrogate Senna about... Oh, are you going to threaten me too? A familiar voice cuts him off, teasing and warm and utterly unexpected. Tell me I can't come after her, because I heard someone made that speech to an entire village. My hands freeze on the bread knife. That voice, I know that voice. Mira? The name comes out strangled as I abandon the bread and practically run for the front door. She's standing on the doorstep, one hand on her hip, looking up at Laurent with that bold challenge that's pure Mira. Chestnut brown skin glowing in the late afternoon sun, honey brown eyes bright with mischief, those short springy curls framing her face. My best friend, my only friend for so long. Senna. She barely gets my name out before I crash into her, arms wrapping tight around her shoulders. She hugs me back just as fiercely, laughing into my hair. Gods, I've missed you. What are you doing here? I pull back enough to see her face, hands still gripping her shoulders like I'm afraid she'll disappear. When did you... Breathe. She's grinning, eyes suspiciously bright. I'm here. I'm real. And I'm not going anywhere. Behind us, Laurent clears his throat. I'll leave you two to catch up. I glance back at him, catching the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The bond pulses with warm amusement and something softer, understanding maybe, knowing how much this means to me. He disappears back into the house, giving us space. I turn back to Mira, pulling her inside and closing the door. I can't believe you're here. I wanted to come back, to explain, but you disappeared after your Zafan tore Darian apart. Mira shakes her head, but she's still smiling. Which I missed, by the way. I was making deliveries and came back to find out I missed the show of a lifetime. Mira, don't. She holds up a hand, expression sobering slightly. Don't apologise. That bastard deserved everything he got and worse. I'm just sorry I wasn't there to see it. The casual viciousness in her tone makes something tight in my chest loosen. She gets it. Understands why Laurent did what he did. Why I don't regret it. I missed you. The words come out thick. So much. I know. She pulls me into another hug, this one gentler. I know, Senna, but I'm here now. We stand there for a moment, just holding each other. 3 weeks isn't that long, but it feels like a lifetime since I last saw her, since I last had this, someone who knew me before everything changed. Come on! I pull back, wiping at my eyes. Come sit. Tell me everything. I tug her toward the sitting room, gesturing for her to take one of the comfortable chairs near the fireplace. She settles in, looking around the space with open curiosity. Nice place. Her gaze catches on the large windows overlooking the city, the carefully chosen furniture, the books scattered on every available surface. Very Laurent. He reads. I perch on the edge of the couch. Constantly, I keep finding books in the strangest places. Does he know what shelves are for? I've asked. The dry response makes her laugh, bright and familiar. Gods, I've missed this. Missed her. So, Mira leans back, crossing her legs. You going to tell me what you've been doing for 3 weeks, or do I have to guess? Heat creeps up my neck. We've been settling in. He's shown me the city, introduced me to his sister, taken me to his bakeries. Bakeries? Her eyebrows shoot up. Plural? He owns several. I shrug, still getting used to the reality of Laurent's wealth. Markets too. He's been teaching me about the business side of things. And at night? The teasing edge to her voice makes me flush darker. Mira. What? I'm just asking. But she's grinning now, shameless. Though from the look on your face, I'm guessing the answer involves significantly less business discussion. I grab a cushion and throw it at her. She catches it, laughing. He treats you well? The question comes quieter, more serious beneath the teasing. Better than well. The truth of it settles warm in my chest. He's everything, Mira. Everything I didn't know I could have. Her expression softens. Good. You deserve that. The bond hums with warm contentment, and I know Laurent can feel this conversation even from the kitchen, feel my happiness at seeing Mira, my gratitude that she's here. But that doesn't explain what you're doing here. I lean forward. Not that I'm complaining. I'm thrilled, but I'm moving to New Solace. She says it simply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. My heart stutters. What? You think I'm staying in that village? She makes a dismissive gesture. After everything that happened? After watching you escape to something better? I'm done with that place, Senna. Done with the small minds and smaller opportunities. But your apartment, your job. My apartment was a box I could barely afford, and my job could be done here. She shakes her head. I'm ready for something new, something more. Joy bubbles up in my chest, bright and effervescent. You're serious. Completely. She grins. Though I'll need a place to stay while I find work. Know anyone with a spare room? Stay here. The words tumble out before I can think them through. Stay with us. We have space, multiple bedrooms, and you shouldn't have to find somewhere right away when... I cut myself off, suddenly aware I'm making decisions about Laurent's home without asking him. But Mira's already shaking her head, laughing. Senna, I can't just... Yes, you can. Laurent's voice comes from the kitchen doorway. He leans against the frame, arms crossed, that small smile still playing at his lips. Stay as long as you need. I look up at him, warmth flooding my chest. He doesn't even hesitate, doesn't question or hedge, just offers. Because he knows what this means to me. The bond pulses with steady certainty, his feelings mixing with mine until I can't tell where he ends and I begin. Love. That's what this is. This overwhelming, all-consuming feeling that makes my chest tight and my eyes sting. I love him, have loved him, probably, since that first night at the festival when he looked at me like I was something precious, instead of something to be endured. You sure? Mira glances between us. I don't want to impose... You're not imposing. I stand, crossing to where Laurent waits. His arm wraps around my waist automatically, pulling me against his side. You're my best friend, your family. The word hangs in the air for a moment. Family. Something I haven't had in so long. Not really. Not the kind that chooses you instead of tolerating you. But now I have Laurent, Laura, Kova and Kaelin, and Mira. A family built from choice and love instead of obligation. Whatever you want. Laurent's voice rumbles against my side, lips brushing the top of my head. If you want Mira here, she's here. If you want to help her find her own place, we'll do that. Whatever makes you happy. I tilt my head back to look at him, catching the warmth in those golden-ringed eyes. The absolute certainty that he means every word. This man, this incredible, fierce, impossibly patient man who tore apart my cage and built me a home instead. Thank you. The words are inadequate for what I'm feeling, but they're all I have. His answering smile is soft, private, meant just for me despite Mira watching from across the room. Always. The bond swells with emotion, his and mine tangled together until there's no separation. Just this overwhelming sense of rightness, of everything finally falling into place. I turn back to Mira, who's watching us with suspiciously bright eyes and a wobbly smile. So, I clear my throat. That's settled. You're staying. Apparently. But she's grinning now, standing to cross the room. Thank you, both of you. She pulls me into another hug, and over her shoulder I see Laurent watching us with that small, satisfied smile. This is it. This is what happiness feels like. Not the desperate, stolen moments I survived on before. Not the brief respites between pain. Just peace, safety, love. A home built from choice instead of chains. And I'm never letting it go.